Good evening. Welcome to our March 13th, 2023 Matthews Town Board of Commissioners meeting. I'm Mayor John Hinkton. I'd like to start this introduction. My right and your left is our Assistant Town Manager, David Gordon, Commissioner Renee Garner, Commissioner Larry Whitley, Mayor Pro Tem Ken McCool, our Town Manager Becky Hawk, Town Attorney Charlie Buckley, Commissioner Mark DePano, Commissioner Rita Hoover, Commissioner John Urban, our Town Clerk Roy Campino, our Planning Director Jay Camp, and our Communications Coordinator Maureen Keith. I'd like to start with the invocation from Commissioner Mark DePano.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to read a Bible verse tonight, and it just came to me as we all are so into ourselves, and so we don't take the time and the effort sometimes to think of others and to give of ourselves and our wealth. This particular Bible verse came to me about that. And the King says to those on his right hand, "Come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. And I was in prison, and you came to me." Then the righteous will answer him, saying, "Lord, when did we see you hungry? When did we feed you? Or where were you thirsty? When did we give you drink? When did we see you a stranger and take you in, or naked and clothe you? Or when did we see you sick or in prison or come to you?" And the King will answer them and say to them, "Assuredly I say to you, inasmuch as you did it to one of the least of these, my brethren, you did it to me." So just take a moment in your busy day, and if you have someone that you love, someone that's ill, someone that needs your help, someone in the community, just take a moment and give of yourself, of your wealth and your time. And you may be just doing it unto the King.
Thank you, Commissioner DePano. Move on with the Pledge of Allegiance. We have Boy Scouts from Troop 39. Do you folks want to come up here for the pledge? Please stand. We have a busy meeting tonight, but can the Boy Scouts come up front and introduce yourselves and tell us what school you go to and what grade you're in, and maybe start with your leader? Speak nice and loud so folks can hear you. Got a microphone?
My name is Kaden McCullum, and I go to Puerto Rico Middle School.
My name is Dimash, and I go to Weddington Middle School. I'm in 7th grade.
I'm Lincoln. I go to Matthews Charter, and I'm in 8th grade.
Hi, my name is Ryan Williams, and I go to Weddington, and I'm in 6th grade. Hello, I'm Joshua. I go to J.M. Robinson, and I'm in 6th grade. Hi, I'm Luke Daly. I go to Sun Valley Middle School, and I'm in 8th grade.
Hi, I'm Levi. I am in 8th grade and I am homeschooled. I'm Parker Renaud. I go to Crestone Middle School and I'm in 7th grade.
Hey, I'm Jude Price and I go to Butler High School.
I'm Tim Thompson. I also go to Butler High School.
And I'm Don Middleton with the Suffolk University.
You guys are from Matthews. Thank you for coming. We appreciate it. Move on to agenda item number 4, adopt the agenda. Do we have any additions?
No, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem McCool, second by Commissioner Urban. Any discussion? All in favor? Opposed? All right, we're going to move on to public comment. Before we do, I'd like to read a statement. We're aware that some of you expressed concerns regarding your ability to address this board either during our public comments period or during certain public hearings. While we believe we have created ample opportunity for public input and no individual's rights have been remotely infringed, I'd like to take a moment to clarify a few items regarding our processes and opportunities for public participation. It's been a custom of this board to allow members of the public to speak on any matter during the public comments period that is held during the regular Matthews Town Board of Commissioners meeting. This includes addressing the board on items that are slated for a vote later on in our agenda. However, when a public hearing and not a vote is scheduled on a particular item, it's customary and appropriate to ask that all comments on that matter be held for the applicable public hearing portion of the meeting. This ensures relevant comments are included as the official public hearing record related to that item. During a public hearing, it is also the custom of this board to limit members of the public to only speak once to allow ample opportunity for everyone who wishes to speak. This has been the custom of this board for over 50 years. We then encourage those who may have spoken previously or anyone else who might be interested in doing so to email any additional comments to the town for inclusion in the official public hearing record. These customs help ensure our public comment period and our public hearings are as efficient and orderly as possible. If you wish to speak on an item subject to a public hearing scheduled for tonight, we would ask that you please hold your comments until the appropriate time. Otherwise, we will now open public comments for anyone who wishes to address this board on any other matter. Each speaker will have up to 5 minutes to provide their comments. I do have a list of folks that have signed up. So if you can start lining up, we'll start with Tony Williamson. Williamson.
Hi, Tony Williamson. I live in Windrow, Matthews. Mayor, Charlie, Stefano, Gina, Ken, Larry, Renee. We are all here, as you see, we're way out in the lobby for this one last chance to make you understand how disconnected Matthews citizens and the people surrounding this project feel about the way that we've been treated, the way that we have been trying to make our presence known and we've been silenced. We're angry. How many people in this room feel disconnected right now? Raise your hand. See, these are the same people that voted you to the position. You represent us. You do. We pay your salary. I know it's only a certain amount for sitting on your board, but we pay Jay Kemp's salary. You don't work for the developers. You work for us, Matthews, the citizens. We're angry. We had to call and send emails to you constantly for you to listen. Have you listened? Mark, thank you for listening. Gina, thank you for listening. I haven't heard much from the remaining part of the board. The ones that we have heard, a lot of discrepancies in the emails we saw. Not. How many people felt you got the right answer to your questions? Anybody? Raise your hand if you did. I don't see one hand being raised. What does that tell you? Who do you represent? You talk about what we want. We want a residential neighborhood, but we don't need high density. And you know what, Mr. Pappas, we like your design. It's a beautiful design. Just doesn't fit on a 2-lane road with no public transportation. The schools are overcrowded. How many people have children in schools that feel they're overcrowded already? Raise your hand. These are moms. Who do you represent? You represent Pappas? You represent us. Your vote tonight will tell us who you really represent. I've heard a lot of different comments from all these different people that came. And a lot of them just felt disconnected. We don't know who you represent. We really don't. So tonight, when you hear all these other people talk to you, I really hope that you will listen this time. thank you for your time. And I just want to say, there's a need for single family homes. I appreciate Mr. Pappas, you put a few in there, but out of 570, you only got maybe 10% that will be for sale. I have a son-in-law. He graduated from Butler High School. He was on their state football team that went to the championship. He's now a dentist. They just moved back from Chapel Hill with my daughter. She's a registered nurse. They've been renting for 3 years. They're trying to find a house, Matthews. You understand, you're looking for a house, right? You're renting right now, right? Every time they go in, they got the ability to buy a house. 3 years of being a dentist, and he cannot find a house for sale because they go in one day. Everybody wants to live in Matthews, right? Why? Because it's a great place to live. We don't need more rentals. We need homes. And he's just going to put a stake in the ground. He's got the money, but for 3 years, every time. He's got 3 children, my grandchildren. They can't find a house because they go within one day, sometimes within the first hour. Give them a chance. Just like Ken, you want a house, right? See, Mike on board wants a house. Have you tried? And what happens? It's sold, right? So why are we getting more rentals? Thank you for your time.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Clay Gillum. I live in Lindgrove subdivision. I've lived in Matthews for 25 years. I was here when we fought this thing, when you rezoned it last time, when the last failed community that tried to go in there, because they tried to jam even more houses onto that property. Now we're looking at basically a giant strip mall and apartment complex. You can call it a health center, a wellness center. I'm sorry, it's not. It's a giant apartment complex. And we have been telling you guys about this forever. We are in the corner. What a better place to put something like this where you get the least amount of flack from the citizens when you put it in the far corner of Matthews. Oh, they're over there. We were ghosted from Christmas on. Mr. Pappas was so concerned about all of our neighbors' feelings, whatever. But yet we were ghosted for 2 months. No contact, no back and forth. And as a matter of fact, put things back into the plan that we didn't want, that were taken out. And we get flack because we want to speak again, because every time Mr. Pappas comes up and speaks, he tells a different story. Oh, we don't have a grocery store. Oh, yes, we do have a supermarket. Oh, we're going to have drive-through. But we're not allowed to comment because we spoke the first time on something that was totally different than that was presented the other 2 times. I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's reasonable. And I'm with Tony. Who do you represent? Who is this benefiting? When you have everybody that, not everybody, vast majority of the people, look, the vast majority of the people here that live in this area don't want this. Who wants it? Raise your hand. Mr. Pappas wants it. I see his hand going. Yeah. Okay, we got one. I don't think you're serving the community. You're not serving the citizens. And I'm hearing crazy stuff about this roundabout, and now you're going to put a stoplight on a roundabout so people can cross the street. I've never heard of a roundabout stoplight. It defeats the whole purpose of that. And these scooters, you're going to put scooters in this neighborhood. Where are they going to ride? They're going to ride around the little apartment complex? Because otherwise they're going to have to get out on a 2-lane highway to ride their scooters. And where are they going to go? Are they going to cut over into Windrow? I mean, some of this stuff is so inappropriate for our area. It is absolutely ridiculous. And I really don't understand some of the board members thinking on this, what they're trying to do, because like Tony said, Matthews is plenty popular where you could put some housing in there. What is zoned for now? And you say, you try to scare us all by saying, oh, they'll all be built out of vinyl and cardboard, tinfoil. That's what it felt like. But anyway, I'm sorry. I'm very disappointed in this town. You're not listening to the people that are being affected the most by this. And we are all very upset by this because we feel like we've been totally left out and ignored because you're going to ram this thing through no matter what we say.
I made folks think I long. I'm going to kind of pick on something else that's the backbone of the whole problem. And that's Idlewild Road is overloaded. And Mayor, you and John Urban were both on the commission in 2016 when it came up first that Idlewild was overloaded and needed something done. We weren't able to come up with the money for the town to do it. The state told us in Albemarle the other day that they didn't have any funds to do it with. And so I think before we go any further, we need to address the problem there before we put more problem on top of it. So please don't add another 2,000 cars. This project is not a bad project. It's a good project. And I told Mr. Pappas that. It's just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And I think we need to take a look at that and see what needs to be done. We spent over $5 million to try to get the road where it's usable going down towards your house, Mayor. And not because you said that, but because the town felt it was right. Because traffic was backing up and you couldn't get through there. So the town took $5 million plus and added that to the state's money to get that situation taken care of. I would say maybe the town needs to put the money up to fix Idlewild, but I don't think the town has the money for that. And I don't think it's really right. I think it's too long a road and to expect the town to fix it, but we need to get it fixed before we add more density to it. And just let's have a fix before we add extra people. And in closing, I'd like to say one thing about this process that upset me, not what some of them spoke about, but when I went to the planning board meeting, our staff got a chance to speak for about an hour about how good the project was. Mr. Pappas got to speak for about that length of time about how good the project was. I held up my hand to speak in opposition and I wasn't allowed. That is not right and that needs to be fixed. If you're going to allow the petitioner to speak, the opposition needs to have the same right. And that's just my final word. And I hope y'all think thoroughly through this thing before you make a decision. I would hope I could get a vote to deny it for the time being. Maybe not. From what you listen on the news, y'all already decided you were going to vote for it. So I don't know if that's right or wrong, but that's what was on the news tonight. So please think before you vote. And if you can help us at all, do that for the time being until we get Idlewild fixed. Thank you.
You served on the planning board, maybe remember that the planning board is a statutory required board. Its meetings are for that board to deliberate its own business. It's open to the public, but it's not a meeting where the public has the right to speak. Unless, if you may remember this, unless the board votes to allow someone to speak. if they don't vote to allow someone to speak, no matter who it is. And it doesn't have to be a formal vote, but obviously at the planning board, the planning board wants to hear from the applicant as to the plans as they're now being at their meeting, and also the staff. These are things that are necessary for them to make their deliberation. If they want to hear anything else, they have to allow that by a majority vote. It's for the deliberation of the planning board, that meeting, open to the public, but it's not a public hearing. It's not a public commentary period unless you've been voted to allow to be spoken to. It's been that way ever since the planning board was created. So that it's a simple commentary. I know it sounds different, but that's the way it was, and that's the way it was when you were on that board too, Mr. Perry.
Charlie, let me go a little further. I did serve on that board. And when I was on that board, anytime we let the petitioner speak, we also allowed at least one person from the opposition speak. I do know it's in their right to do it or not do it, but I think that's the problem. If one speaks, the other one should. It's not fair for staff to speak for almost an hour, saying how good this project is for our town, and then the petitioner speak for that long, convincing this board, and then we sit there and we don't get to say anything. I don't think that's right. I think that needs to be looked at. And I know what the rules say, because when I was on, the chairman could pick whether he allowed you to speak or not. That's what happened when I was there the other night. The chairman didn't allow me to speak. But I think that's wrong, and I think that's something the town needs to look at and maybe correct in the future. Not for this time, it's over with, but I think it needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, I would just like to.
One moment, please, Commissioner.
I just like to address what being told here. Just wanted to read Article 3, Boards and Organizational Arrangements, North Carolina General Statute 160D-301, Planning Board. When you read this whole thing, and I'm just not going to read the whole thing, but when you get to Section B, number 2, it states in here to facilitate and coordinate citizen engagement and participation in the planning process. So in my opinion, the citizens should have had a right to speak unless the planning board has any kind of rules or procedures or regulations, guidelines that they have adopted to state they are not going to allow citizens to speak.
That's for the board meeting.
Okay, I'll address this a little later.
Yes, this is something we're not going to debate tonight. Let's move on to public comment.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you to everyone for showing up tonight. I really appreciate you coming out and showing support for your community. My name is David Garrett. I'm with Roman Matthews. And what I wanted to bring up tonight was the way that the previous meeting was run. When y'all talked about what a by right development would look like. I heard about other plans that were higher density and talked about what by right was. Comments were made about a lot of different things that did not clarify by right. By right, there's 45.5 acres in the middle of that property that there's an existing plan for. A plan that was accepted. It was accepted a long time ago, but it's still active. By right, they would have to build pinwheel houses. They would have to build 94 of them. I sent the question in. I saw the response. Mr. Camp, I saw the response that was given that this was still active, that the board had not taken this off the table. The rest of it is RV 15. How many houses could we put in there that are in RV 15? We're looking at less than 200 houses. I'd be okay with that. I think most of my neighbors would be okay with that. If they did want to change that plan is not in place. What does that mean for RV houses? Yes, minimum that they would have to abide by is 3,000 square feet per unit. Okay, so I'm looking across the street at my neighbor's houses. I see two houses across the street from my house. At 3,000 square foot per unit, I would be looking at 14 townhomes instead of two houses. That's kind of density. That's the visual that I want y'all to see. It's at 14. The plan that's in place right now, they want that cut in half to 1,500. So instead of 14, I would be looking at 29. 29. Can you imagine looking across the street instead of seeing two houses, you see 29 townhomes? That's the kind of density that they're trying to pack into 1 acre. Now, I know that's not how you calculate the dwelling units per acre. I understand that, but that's kind of watered down with a bunch of there's commercial spaces that don't have any dwelling units. So the DUA is watered down. There's a lot of post-construction barrier to protect the streams that waters down the DUA. But we're still looking at something on the scale of 570 homes plus commercial. We have another development like that that's bordered by two-lane roads. I don't think there is. I kept asking, I keep getting a lot of different answers. I get something about another townhome community that's further down the road, Mount Harmony Townhomes, I believe. Similar DUA, but there's like 80, maybe 80 houses instead of 570 there, and there's no commercial on that. There's a big difference. We need clarity. When y'all talk about what the build by right is, you need to look at it and tell us clearly so we can look at this and not be confused at the end. Some people were scared about that last time. There was a lady that came up here and she was clearly rattled. She said so. She said she wasn't sure if she should propose it now. With talking about crematoriums and vinyl siding, and I don't think there's a lot of people that would argue about 200 vinyl sided homes or even vinyl sided crematoriums or whatever someone wants to put up there. It doesn't matter. What matters is that we need clarity. What was talked about, what was discussed was not clear. It added confusion and it was not transparent. And I think that the board, mayor, y'all need to give us clear information that does not muddy the waters.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. By right zoning, by the simplest definition, just means that if our unified development ordinance allows that particular use, the zoning district, then it is allowed without any further process or vote by our board or by staff. So the church or school is a by right use. You simply have to meet the dimensional standards, the architectural standards, which there are a few for single family housing. Just means that you can do it without going through the process. That's the very simple definition.
And could you please explain how this property is currently zoned RVS and what that means?
Right. So there's a couple of zonings here. People have referenced the Silver Oaks plan throughout this process. That's for about 45 acres. It was rezoned, I think back in 2007 was the first time. It contains 94 pinwheel or quad houses, as well as I guess 34 or 38 single family houses as well. So that plan, off the top of my head, I think it was 134 units here, give or take. The balance of the area that is up for zoning is zoned R15, which is a single family zoning category, 15,000 square foot lot minimums, allows for single family homes, accessory dwelling units, along with those homes, as well as schools, churches, and some other institutional uses.
So the RBS category would not restrict anyone from building pinwheel homes. They can build anything that's designated in the RBS zone classification.
Well,
Is that correct?
not quite. The RBS, it's a site-specific development plan, and there are architectural plans associated from that original zoning. So there's architecture from whoever the original developer was. We see this from time to time when plans become stale after 10, 15, or 20 years. New developer comes in. Sometimes they can pursue what's called an administrative amendment and make some tweaks to that architecture. Oftentimes they'll go before our planning board. It's a relatively minor change. They're often approved, or they can go to the town board. So in theory, it would be possible for someone to still build that, albeit. They could, absolutely, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, all right, you're welcome.
Vote.
Good evening, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. First of all, I'm going to go in a different direction, what I want to say, but lest anyone misunderstand, I'm in total agreement that Idlewild is heavily over trafficked, doesn't need more cars. I'm very much against the high density housing, all the additional cars that would end up on that road. It's hard enough to get out of our neighborhood as is. It's hard enough to keep hitting the brakes and sitting the brake lights off for a 10th of a mile before I turn, hoping the guy behind me will slow down and let me turn into my neighborhood. Yeah. I don't like that. Now, last time I was up here, I talked about my concern about the lack of a sense of community when the people living in a neighborhood don't have any ownership stake. If you don't own it, what ties you to it? What makes you feel like you're part of the community? And I gave the example. I love the Boy Scouts being here tonight. I gave the example that I had trouble getting parent leaders in the town because most of the town was rental or leased. And those parents didn't care. Dropped their kids off, but they didn't support the Boy Scouts. So I was really happy to see them tonight. Sorry to use them as a bad example, but it is what it is. So now I have to say something I hate. I was wrong. See, I have a friend, no, I might be going overboard. I went to high school with this young lady, and she has served on White House committees for housing for at least 2 administrations that I'm aware of. So I reached out to her, and she told me I was wrong, just like being back in high school, but only a little wrong. You see, she said, yes, you're right. Ownership of property, that ties you into the community, it ties you to the property, it gives you pride and responsibility. Not always. I think we all know some homeowners that could care more, if you wish. But she said that can be overcome. So let me bring up the method she brought up about overcoming that and ask them if this has been thought out and if a plan is put in writing. Sorry to stress that. I've heard a lot of words. Words don't mean anything. I'm in that business. They don't mean anything unless it's in writing. So the things to overcome this. 1, ask questions. This is mostly a rental community. Who's the landlord? Who's responsible for the property situation inside and out? If that's not a nice community, a nice property, a nice housing to live in, what do you think the people who live there are going to feel about the community? So who's responsible inside and out? Who's overseeing those people? Please don't tell me it's just the landlord and they're responsible to deal with it. No offense, Mr. Pappas or whomever, but there is a reason for the word slumlords. I've seen them way too much. I've lived in them. So who's responsible for making sure it's a good place to live and keeping an eye on it? Another thing she brought up that I really like, there's some great studies and papers online, is that a strong help for developing that sense of community is to build the social engagement. And we talked about the open spaces in the restaurants. That's not enough. It's really not. I mean, does anyone walk down to pick a park and meet all their neighbors there all the time? Sometimes, but usually there's some planning behind it, some push. And what this is called, or what she recommended, were community advisory boards. And there are companies that help with this. And so I asked, well, who does it? Who sponsors it? She said it can be all over the place. Usually it's the developer's responsibility because the town's not going to take the responsibility for making every neighborhood great. That's a little, I mean, I love it, except I'm paying the taxes too. So is there a community development board or community activity board? Is that in writing? Who's going to be on it? Who funds it? So I don't want to hear the words that it's going to be a great place to live and everyone will have a great community and we'll all love it. Those are words. What's the plan? I've seen no plan. And if there's no plan, things fail. I'm an engineer. No plans, it fails. You don't build a house without a plan. So I'd love to see plans or I don't believe it. And when and if you vote for this to move ahead and it fails, remember, this is your legacy, not ours. I need you to remember.
My name is Bill Otto. I live in Brooks Knoll. It's tough being about the fifth or sixth speaker when I look at my notes because a lot of things have already been covered. But I want to start out with something that has not been covered. And that was the beginning of this entire process. I've been at all the meetings, and I remember sitting here when it was discussed in terms of a survey. The survey was done and it involved, if I recall, 127 respondents. Many of them were very favorable in terms of this development. I've heard, and I cannot verify this, it was done through next door neighbor. Maybe that's wrong. I don't know who did it. It'd be interesting to know who did that survey. But this showing of hands, I'm fascinated by. Very first meeting, David was up here a few moments ago, asked about the survey. And he just looked at the audience and said, folks, in an audience like this, how many of you participated in the survey? Raise your hand. And nobody did. The question is, who answered this survey? Where do they live? Are they the residents of the community? Don't know. But I'm very concerned. That's how it all began. And I'm not sure I believe the information that was developed. If I'm there, I can recall sitting here again when the question was asked, or actually being said. Mr. Pappas would stand here and say, we're just following the plan that the staff put together. We're just doing that, which was a result of a survey. Something wrong with the beginning of the process. I want to go back to, Mr. Mayor, your comment, and I remember it very well. Very first time we met, and the meeting was deferred. You made an exception because we had a turnout very similar to this. You said, we're going to make an exception. We're no speakers tonight, but we're going to let you guys speak. But if you speak tonight, you cannot speak again. You said it. We heard it. But let me tell you, I'm the president of the HOA at Brooks Knolls. We had folks here, as the other presidents of the organization did also. What do you think people here would have thought of us if we sit
on our hands that night and said nothing. I can tell you my neighbors would have said, what's wrong? Why didn't you say something? We all showed up and you said nothing? That would have been wrong. So we can. We had to. And then we paid the price. Because as the thing developed, the process, the development changed. Every time Mr. Pep stood up here, there were new things added. I happened to have started out my last presentation talking about a lack of need for a grocery store. Later on, I found out they took it off. And I thought, by golly, Bill, you accomplished something. And then we come to the next meeting and say, oh, incidentally, we changed our mind. It's back in. But I can't say anything. He can just arbitrarily put it back in. Something wrong with that. I want to go back to the thing that was just discussed about the board, the planning board. And again, it's an observation, and if I'm wrong, I apologize. First meeting that was deferred. If I were on that planning board and I knew it was deferred, I wouldn't have shown up. And I don't think they did. Because at the very next meeting, they all sat in a group. And Mr. Mayor, you introduced every one of them. In the following meeting, they all showed up. You introduced every one of them. The conclusion I reached is they weren't at the first meeting. They never heard the presidents of the association's objections to this, the opposition. They never had a chance to hear the other side of the story. Something wrong with that.
Your comments, another comment or two.
I've got a couple of other comments that would be important. In terms of changes that are taking place, I get very concerned about. Started out in terms of we're going to have 3 restaurants. Okay. And then all of a sudden it starts to develop. Oh, incidentally, one could be a drive-through. Sounds like fast food to me. The coffee could be a drive-through. More traffic, more traffic. The grocery store, more traffic. He's talked about the density. This is the ultimate in increasing the problem in the community. I will also comment that it's been said before. The concept is interesting. I think the concept is valid. And it belongs on a clean campus. You go in, you buy 1,000 acres, 100,000 acres, whatever it takes, and you build that community. You don't shoehorn it into a residential community.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Wayne Burgundy. I live at 14512 Arnie Drive. Basically 2 houses down from Idlewild, where I can clearly see from my front porch and the area that's going to be built there. Again, I thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm going to be very brief. I don't want to reiterate all the things that they've talked about, the density, the safety, the overcrowding, the problems that it would cause there. The main thing that I wanted to come up and say and to ask each one of you, to be a little bit different from what other people have proposed before, but that for each one of you, with respect to where each one of you live, or if you are living where we live, which is basically, 2 houses away, I can turn left and go a half a mile to 485 and can get out in and out of my neighborhood reasonably easy. With all the changes and things that are proposed, I may not be able to get out my neighborhood and have to go through another neighborhood to get through there. But I would like each one of you to look at me and just, with respect to where you live or with where I live, would you want to see something of that size and magnitude across from your house? So I know you can't answer that question there, but I would like you to think about that and with respect with where you live. So thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Pam Phillips. I live on Barney Drive as well as Wayne, a neighbor. I am the HOA president of Stillwell Place. This has been a journey. This is not something that I am educated in, that I am familiar with. I've never fought a battle like this. I'm not going to go into, as Wayne was saying, I'm not going to go into all of the things that I've learned about this. One thing I have learned, you, ladies and gentlemen, are about ready to vote on a boatload of uncertainties. I have personally sat in a town planning meeting with the planners. I've met with DOT. I've spoken to you all before. I've spoken to Many Hill before. I'm trying to think if there's any other meetings I've been to. If there's been a meeting I've been at. One thing I have found is this. With Santi Matthews. One thing I have definitely positively found out is this: there is no answer to any question you ask. It's a, I don't know, it might be, that's not decided yet, we're not sure. So you're going to vote on uncertainties. Another thing that I can say to you is this, and I know it's been said over and over, but we can't seem to reiterate it enough. If this neighborhood was going in where the structure of the roads was already intact, that would be one thing. But it's not. It's not. It's so far from not. We asked, and we did get one certain answer for sure. We asked, how long will we be impacted by this? Naturally, once it goes in, and I'm fairly certain you're going to vote it in, and once it goes in, our entire lives, as long as we live out here, is going to be impacted. But how long will our lives be impacted by just the structure and just the changes and just the building of this? 5 years. 5 years of cones and stop signs and probably even some blasting and leveling and on it will go. And what will we be left with once all that takes place is one giant development facing us with a great big roundabout. We just have to hope somebody is going to come off of Idlewild and want to come into one of our neighborhoods so that we can get out. Otherwise, we will sit, we'll wait, and then the next person will sit, we'll wait. I'm going to finish. I won't take up a lot of your time because I know so many want to have their voice, but I want to finish with this. My greatest joy in my life is my grandchildren. And I often tell my grandchildren, you will have peace and you will have joy in your lives if you live by the golden rule. Do unto others as you want them to do unto you. And I'm begging you, commissioners, to follow that golden rule so that you can sleep well tonight. Do unto us as you would want done unto you. You would not want this done in your front yard. It's not even in our backyard. It's in our front yard. This is what we will face every time we leave, is the quagmire of traffic and construction and then the project. So I'm asking you to please vote no on this project. Thank you.
Dan Brentmeyer, Davis Trace HOA president. Our community is once again around 47 homes in Davis Trace. And of course, that's where the roundabout is going to go in with the adjoining or adjacent neighborhoods to us. That'll be more than likely feeding into our main street of exiting out, trying to get out safely. Supposedly the roundabout is the answer. We'll find out if this gets approved. And but big thing is I want to thank, first of all, the mayor and the town commissioners for allowing us to speak tonight. Not thanking you for not allowing us to speak beyond one time once you set the rules. People have talked about that already. Believe it or not, I had in my speech a lot of that spoken already tonight. You know, it comes down to, as you know, we all know, right? Once again, it's a great project that's been proposed as far as we know, quality goes. And but maybe not so much, I don't know about the lifestyle with the apartment units and transient rentals that you're going to have over there. But in some sense, some of the plan is welcoming, but the other side of it is not welcoming. And that consists of apartment units and the commercial buildings that are going to draw a high density or a high traffic flow coming in and out of that. You know, you have a grocery store that's going to be a certain an icon, an attractive draw, more so than the one that exists across 485 right now. That's an older grocery store. If that stays or not, we don't know. But there is another development community that who knows, may put one in, or maybe a hotel, like possibly it's been proposed already across 485. Another 1,000 units, living units that have been approved already as well. So, you know, this is where we're coming from. In conclusion, here is that a lot of the speakers tonight, and many of the people, of course, that are here to support everybody, are all on the same page. You know, I really don't see a lot of people here, and maybe I can be proven wrong, that are in opposition of us here tonight. You know, we'll see as we get through this at the end of the public comments, and we'll see how many people come up here and speak on behalf of what is being accepted or presented from the town, as well as Pappas properties. So, but once again, it all began, as was touched on earlier, that we can only speak one time. Yes, as a president of HOA, it's my responsibility to speak on behalf of our own residents, if they allow me to, and it's my responsibility to be a good listener among our residents, to try to take polls, to try to speak to people, to collect petitions as we did, 42 out of 47 homes in Davis Trace. You know, so they depend on us to take the initiative. And when we can't speak and be a leader of the pack after we've spoken one time, and with plan changes taking place thereafter, especially the last hearing in February, where the grocery store comes into play, the push button pedestrian crosswalk comes into play for an added hazard, and then you got scooters and so on and so forth that might come over into our neighborhoods, which increases the liability. I'm a commercial insurance agent. I know about liability. And boy, I tell you, if that happens, you know, I'm certainly going to propose that we have higher umbrella liability limits, because the potential of something happening and we're responsible for it, better be prepared. And so that's just an added note to you all as far as safety, the increased hazards that could occur with the project, with the high density of the population of that community across our neighborhoods, across Idlewild Road. So, you know, that's pretty much all I have to say. I want to thank all of our people that are in attendance and have come previously. Yes, it's a fight. You need to look at your own taxpayers to begin with. You live in your town and community. I lived in Matthews from 91 to 2003. I love the community. My son's moving into it in August, and I couldn't find a better place for him to move. But before I move in Matthews back again, if I have to sell my house with thinking that I'm not going to put up with the frustration across the street or my property values decreasing. I'm going to make sure that I have the right mayor in Matthews or the town commissioners that are really going to go to bat for it. Have to vote tonight if you have to vote tonight.
Thank you, sir. Next up is Bob Fessler. Mr. Fessler here. There you are, sir.
Mayor, town council, planning director, planning board, thank you very much for the opportunity. I have to apologize right off because I'm not dressed. Last time I was here and I addressed you. Nobody ever accuses me of that. I live at 3201 Windrow Lane, Matthews, 2 houses down from the clubhouse. I'm not prepared simply because with all the miscommunications, whether we could speak, whether we couldn't speak, whether we could, I showed up and somebody said, hey, go sign up to speak. So I don't have anything prepared like I did, no handouts. I'm going to use my fingers, so you have to bear with me. One, I'd like to talk about one of the comments made about, they could build a cemetery or a crematorium. Well, I actually personally would be in favor of that because you know what? It's one-way traffic. So there's no traffic till we have to break. So no way. I'll work with the neighbors. Two, I'd like to talk about the Eastern Gateway or small area plan. Like I said before, I was part of it. And I can tell you for a fact, because I still have the charts, what I saw from the outcome of those charts and the data collected. I was personally at the meeting. Like I said, I helped to organize the meeting. I stood there with a picture of me and my wife. The data that was gathered and was presented to the people in that committee is nowhere, shape, or form what y'all saw. You based your decisions on. So right from the foundation, which building a foundation of a house is the key thing, right from the get-go, we were off on our foundation. Three, the traffic. Everyone here is root cause. We don't like the density. Obviously, we're not going to stand in the way of progress as long as it's controlled, well thought of progress. And so you're adding traffic. I don't think anybody would argue, including Mr. Pappas, it's going to add traffic. We have a situation right now where the traffic is overwhelming. Like I said before, I run, I use the area, I try to breathe clean air when there are too many cars. But it really mystifies me that we wouldn't take that as a number one consideration. You have to fix the problem. So what's the root cause? For 1/5 of the complaints here, traffic. So why wouldn't you fix that first versus exacerbating the problem by adding additional traffic into the area? So I did think when I asked right out of figures, is I just hope that you really thoughtfully consider your decision. So it's not for the Pappas project. It's an awesome project. It's just situated in the wrong place in North Carolina. You need to think of what's presented from a tax base point of view. Obviously, it's going to give you more tax base, but what does it do to the residents that are in the area? So, I heard many speakers that addressed the great things that were going to be done for the area. But a lot of people just didn't live here. They brought in speakers to come up. And then at the end of the meeting, we read in lots of, hi, my name is Billy Joe Fessler. I represent the Fessler family. It's just like documentation after documentation that was read into the record from people who weren't at the meeting that you could tell it was a form letter that they were handed to. And pick one of these 5 scenarios and put it in a note. They were read in. I don't remember, I could be wrong because I do have a day job, so I'm not totally paying attention to everything going on here. Right, so I don't remember any notes being, answered and directly read into the record at the end of the meeting. So again, appreciate your time. Thank you for your planning and your thoughtfulness. And I leave it to your hearts and minds on what's the right decision for everyone that's in the area. Thank you.
Right, you're up next. That's right.
That's been Ride 14002 Honeysuckle Ridge. Mr. Mayor, this is not to talk about leaks or the old town or the recreation area. This is to talk about the rentals. You'll have to excuse me. I am a technical person, so fasten your seat belts. And fine tune your hearing because this is going to be quick. My concern is because of the house across the street from me, Helen, in the wheelchair. By the way, we thank people from Windrow. We've noticed that there's 2 cars that have been transporting her out of spring water in the morning and evening. If you are helping her, please don't. She is a thief, a firebug, liar, whatever you want. They have thrown, the city has thrown her out of the house 3 times and she keeps coming back since 1990, January of 1996. Now I got that out of the way since I got Windrow in front of me. Don't support her. Now, criminal. I got the one across the street. I have dealt with renters and either in business, corporate, and also in housing, residential. That is one of my concerns about this development of renters. We need a solid 12-foot masonry brick wall separating spring water and Windrow from the development. That's number 1. Let's see, there was one more thing that I need here. I'll hit it eventually. We need 5 lanes. Center lane is to be wider on Outer Wild because we got 4 lanes coming from Charlotte. We've got 4 lanes coming from Union County. They've already got it planned coming to 485. There will be a roundabout that, and it beats the heck out of me. It's just a new stuff fad that they've got at DOT, and I'm very familiar with DOT. They don't know what the hell they're talking about. Look at the roads. Siding on the buildings needs to be concrete lap siding instead of vinyl. If you look at the news and everything, you'll see that it starts the house next door on fire. That needs to be general necessary requirement for houses that are close. For instance, the one that Rice Road in Sam Newell, I cornered the guy. Oh, I killed that one good. I got him on codes. Was 9 feet apart. County code is 10 feet. City code is 11 feet. How it got past the board mystifies me. Well, not really, because I understand government. It's our HIP. And for those of you that don't know what our HIP is, rank has its privileges. So that's how that development got through to that farm. And I caught the guy flat-footed. They sent some yo-yo young guy because they thought it was gonna be a shoe-in. Wrong, because I was there about somebody else and I jumped. I can read architectural drawings, made, architectural, concrete, steel, everything else. Put a drawing in front of me and you're dead. Now, house on Idlewild Road towards the development for me. I found out today he's got 2.5 acres and he's already been approached twice about selling his property. And you can imagine that it's going to be rental housing. And that's almost right next door to me. So that gets too close. I found that out today from the owner that was approached. Also, let's see here. I said psychology of renters. I'm familiar with that. Engineering and psychology go parallel, as I found out. So I'm pretty good at psychology end of it.
You wrap up your comments, sir, we're out of time.
Say again.
You're just about out of time. You are on.
Okay, Idlewild was a state road, is a state road, and Monroe Road is a state road going from Charlotte to Monroe Road. Before Independence Boulevard was built, Conference Drive was the tie from the new Independence belt line that they had at that time to Monroe Road. It was a state road built at a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, and which designed for 65 miles an hour, but it was speed limit 55. That's the way they build the roads. So anyway, thank you very much.
Would anyone else in the audience care? Please raise your hand. Maureen, do we have anybody? I'm sorry, we have somebody. Come forward, sir. Please give your name and address, and you have 5 minutes to speak on whatever you like.
Good evening. My name is Gerard Murphy. I'm a resident of Windwell, 2224 citation code. It's all been said. The people here are against this project. The first speaker this evening said it all. And it's a question you need to ask yourselves. What is your job this evening on that board, on that podium? Mayor, is it to serve the people of Matthews?
Yes, sir, absolutely. That's what I do.
Okay. Would it be rude to suggest that the majority of people here, and they've turned up for most meetings, are against it? Mr. Hessler, who was cut off rudely at the last meeting by a developer member of staff, and was told, I was here, I was sitting behind him, he said that he was part of the community cohort which kicked this whole thing off. And in his opinion, it was not what he said. He was told by the engineer, and I quote, "We are not allowing comments from the floor." That went unchallenged. We have been told that there is no mechanism for a referendum. It appears there is a statute where precedents have been set. there has been miscommunication about that. Blatant miscommunication. And Mr. Buckley, that comment you made to this lady here about the citizens being members of the board, was that a tautology or was it sarcasm? I, at the very beginning, and it's the first time I've ever spoken at a public meeting, and I said it was about democracy, and I didn't know how right I was. It's not about Mr. Pappas. He is doing his job, and he has been polite, and he has been cooperative. I do not believe that the majority of this board are doing their job in regards to the constituents. Do you agree with me?
Thank you. Anybody else like to make a comment? Please.
My name is Ginger Monette. I live in the Heathers. Very quick comment, and that is the only things that we have heard, in my opinion, that are good about this project is that it's affordable housing. A lot of people want to live here. It's a lovely development. I don't see any reason why any of us would want this simply because the roads can't handle it. No matter how fabulous the project is, when we don't have the infrastructure to support it, that should be a dead in the water. So also, how many of you have been here at more than one meeting? How many of you have been here more than 2 meetings? 3, 4, 5. Whatever surveys were sent out, whatever the planning committee, whatever, these people are telling you over and over and over. I've sent emails to the planning committee. I have a hard time believing that any of you would think this is a good idea and would vote for it, unless there is something going on that we don't know. It's all not handle it. That should be end of the discussion. You're overcoming something. You have to vote to change the zoning in order to make this happen. We're all sitting here saying, just keep it like it is. Just keep it like it is. I think part of our frustration is, why would we want this? There's nothing about this that is attractive, simply because the road cannot handle it. Thank you.
Dawn Brunel. I listened to everything in place. I've learned a lot listening. I don't want to speak up, but I need to. We were told that a roundabout is going to be put smack in the middle of our only exit out of Davis Trace. But a roundabout has only got a 10-year lifespan. So what then? Are we looking forward? This construction may take 5 years. So the roundabout's good for 10. So where does that leave us as homeowners? We're dealing with a dead end. This is not planning. This is not looking forward. And Charlotte does have a big history of, it's not build it and they will come. They come and then you start thinking about the roads. It's working things backwards. It doesn't seem that it has a lot of forethought. Yes, if it's developing, yes, it's going to be progress. But progress is only as good as the plans that are made, presented, and comes to full fruition. But a 10-year roundabout lifespan, it's not in any of our best interests. Any of our best interests. I said my piece. Everybody that's in this room has told you time and again, this is not going forward. If we had gone forward with what was planned at the Lawyers Road exit, that was only held up because of the protected muscle, the Belk plan, that the Belk department store that was going to go in the mall, we all know what's happened with malls. If we hadn't had the 2008 housing dilemma, that would have come to fruition and we would be sitting on property up there and have another strip mall of some sort or a bigger mall that is inadequate now. People aren't going to malls like they were. There's times are changing, as we've seen with just what has happened with the banking community in the past 72 hours. So ask yourself, are we ready to jump on this, vote for this tonight, and make this happen when all these people are going to be affected for life? Thank you.
Maureen, do we have anybody in our virtual audience that has indicated they would like to comment virtually? Okay. Move on to agenda item number 6, recess our regular meeting and open public hearings on applications to amend the Unified Development Ordinance and land use map of the town of Patton. Like Whitley, a second. Cool, all in favor? Opposed? That passes unanimously. Public hearings will be held till 10 p.m. If any public hearing has not been opened by then, it will be concluded on April 10th, 2023. I'd ask Cam to introduce the planning board members and then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Here in the front row, we have Jonathan Clayton, our vice chair, Howard Lavender, Doug Rose, Chris Huzar, our chair, Jim Johnson, Bob Jackson.
Thank you. Anyone in the Zoom audience can make public comments? Move on to item A, zoning application 2022-772, 7RE to change the conditions on those certain zoning districts designated OCD and B1 SCD. That certain property designated as 1640 Matthews Township Parkway, further designated as tax parcel 193-29145. This was continued from February 13th. So,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, members of the board. Gonna start off tonight with a bang. Not really. Where it's the applicant has requested continuation of this item till the regular meeting in August because TIA scoping document has not been settled upon and they have not held their community meeting, so we're not ready to hold the public hearing at this time. And so the recommended motion is to continue the public hearing to the August 14th, 2023 regular meeting.
comments or motions?
Go ahead and make a motion. Agenda on zoning application -772. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Urban, a second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Move on to item B, zoning application. I'm sorry, before I do that, let me recognize Commissioner Susan Rodriguez McDowell. Susan, raise your hand up. Share with us tonight. Zoning application 2022-765, amended text of section 155-504.3.c.3 by adding language that allows more than 600 dwelling units office district receive construction permits and certificates of occupancy prior to the date on which 40,000 square feet new commercial space has been completed under construction. The ENT-O district provided that each development project that includes dwelling units contains a specified minimum amount of new commercial space. This was continued from February 13th, and Darren Bowman's going to explain what I just said.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, so again, this is a text amendment for the ENT overlay district. So a few months ago, at the last public hearing when we heard this, there was a request for a brief policy update. on some of the documents that we have and the ordinances that we have in place to kind of governs this area. So we're just going to quickly go through that and kind of recap everything. Yeah, and I did just want to highlight real quickly. So when we're talking about this, it's really two different sets of documents. So we have the policy documents, which are advisory, and then we have our regulatory documents, which are governing. So one is a should follow, the other is a must follow. So the two policy documents that we have for this area are the Family Entertainment District Small Area Plan and the policy statement on the Family Entertainment District, consistent and coordinating with the ENT zoning district standards in the Family Entertainment District Small Area Plan 2015, which is a bit of a mouthful. The two regulatory documents that we have governing the area, this Unified Development Ordinance. We do have our base entertainment district. That's kind of highlighted in the forest green areas. And for members of our audience just joining us, the large green area, that is the sportsplex. And then we also have the entertainment overlay district, which is represented by the dashed lines, purple dashed lines. So for the small area plan, that just kind of sets out some of the goals for the district. So we have some guiding principles, economic statistics, land uses that we'd like to see, urban design, transportation. It's really just a broad overview of everything, kind of surrounding the project and everything that could come up. With the policy statement, that was a bit more detailed. That was formed after the small area plan was announced. So it kind of really highlighted the goal to eliminate big box retail in the area, set up the guidelines for the commercial and residential ratios, public art, things like that. So from the regulatory side, we do have our base districts. So this is where we keep all of the standards for our street network requirements, the block sizes, all street parking requirements, wide building requirements, building stories, first floor elevations, architectural requirements, signs, awnings, canopies, mechanical equipment screening and storage of items. Now, what's important to note for that is all of those standards are only applicable to the base zoning district. So they don't apply to the actual ENT overlay. So it's only once a property goes through the rezoning process, those standards will actually apply. Our entertainment overlay district, which does apply to the entire area, it does contain standards that puts a minimum for big box retail. I believe that maximum's capped at no single use retail building larger than 70,000 square feet is allowed in the area. We do have our residential to commercial ratios, and the commercial to residential ratio, which the conditions for that have been met, so that's no longer applicable. And then we do have a requirement for dedicating 140 foot right of way for the future Independence Point Parkway expansion. And then we do have additional securities in place to kind of allow for the street work connectivity. We did receive a revised proposal from the applicant. I do have a summary on the next slide, but I want to go ahead and provide the text. So essentially, the text amendment would eliminate the required ratios to that residential to commercial and the commercial to residential. It specifies primary and secondary streets within the small area plan, or from the small area plan, codifies them within our UDO. It does set a requirement that 50% of the ground floor running primary streets and 25% for those running secondary streets are required to provide permitted non-residential uses, live work units with a front facade that have a retail appearance, or convertible residential units with front facades that have retail appearance. It does clarify also that those activation requirements at an intersection would apply for the entire, or would apply for both streets of the front of the building and not just a single street. But it also allows for the board to make certain reductions based off like the applicants including some type of plaza space or usable open space like open dining areas or public art or other types of measures through our conditional zoning process. Would like to note, if you're looking back through the actual text amendment that was proposed, this is a first draft. We are still in public hearing. If this is kind of the direction that the board's looking for and we move on to the planning board, we'll work with the applicant to kind of fine tune that between now and coming back for our board decision. Overall, we do see this as kind of gravitating towards a positive change with the NT overlay district. The main reason for that being is there's probably a lot of things that are in that base district that we should be looking to pull over or pull out of the base district to move those over into the overlay district. Kind of like our architectural standards, a few things like that, so they really apply district wide. And the main reason for that is inside that area, there are a lot of use or there's a few properties that are still zoned business highway. There's no conditional zoning in place on those. So theoretically, those could just be developed or redeveloped. Are there any questions from the board?
Commissioner Garner?
I don't have a question, but I want to thank you for all the work that you put into this. This gives us all of the documents that are necessary for making this text amendment. And it's been a long process, and I really appreciate work that you put a comprehensive.
Thank you.
Mr. Urban?
So what's the ask?
The ask?
What's the ask? I mean, I'm fine with this because we've been running this out now probably 4 to 5 months. The traditional zoning process in which the board can regulate things, and so textually this is fine. It sets some standards for the developer, but ultimately the decision rests on the board to negotiate that. So what's the ask? Because I think there's a zoning case that's going to come up.
Right. So the next public hearing is actually the rezoning case for that, or it is tied to this. So they would be requesting the approval of this text amendment for approval of that rezoning case. If this is generally the direction the board's okay with, I think our ask right now would be to kind of work with the applicant to fine tune the text amendment proposal, unless there's any other additional feedback or comments.
Any other comments? Mr. Capano?
Only that I've always been against this text amendment. I think passing of it would be the ultimate demise of the entertainment district as we know it today, and that it was planned to be. So that is my comment. Thank you.
So if this does not pass, does it stalemate all future consideration of rezoning is coming in the entertainment district?
Could you clarify that question?
Well, meaning if we cannot resolve this text amendment, it's not even worthwhile to talk about zoning cases hinged on this text amendment. Meaning they're stuck.
Right. Yes and no, as everything planning. So the current rezonings that we have right now that are being proposed, they would be stuck. So the main issue is there is a requirement for, was it 20,000 square feet or 40,000 square feet? 40,000 square feet of commercial space to be built in the NT area. So right now, the only thing holding up any type of new development is reaching that 40,000 square feet. As we kind of talked about in the past, in some of the past meetings, the building that we're standing in right now is roughly 40,000 square feet. And so theoretically for the area, like if this building were developed anywhere within the entertainment overlay district, then it would remove that requirement.
So the play scenarios, one is you don't do anything on this text amendment, 40,000 is in place. The next potential zoning cases that come before us, whatever they may be, if they don't offer 40,000, it's a non-starter. The second scenario is you accept this text amendment that allows potential zoning cases to come before us and let the board debate 40,000, 80,000, 100,000, whatever it might be.
Correct. I think the big distinction to make too is the text that's being proposed. We don't have any of these protections in our current.
I agree.
So that's one of the reasons that staff is looking at, or this is one of the reasons that we do like the proposal is it kind of pushes our UDO in the step in the right direction. I think me and Jim kind of talked about it internally is at some point in the future, we may come back and propose additional changes to the overlay district.
And I also reevaluation of the unity district and the unity overlay is key. But I do not want to bottleneck the process. There have been petitioners looking for this text amendment for months on end. Whether we vote up or down is not the point. The point is to continue the process and let them have their say.
Commissioner Garner?
First, I want to say that I think so. We have been looking at this for a long time and trying to figure out navigating how to frame a text amendment without knowing exactly what we're looking at, which is not something we as a board are used to. And so what we have here is, and maybe I'm wrong in my language. I expect to be correct if I am. A code that combines form-based and sort of a more traditional code. And it allows flexibility for us to look at this on a conditional basis. Would you say that's an accurate description?
Correct.
So maybe part of what Commissioner Capano is uncomfortable with is not having specificity and the granular directive going into the district, or I would like to know more about what your discomfort is with this, Commissioner Capano.
Yes, thank you. So by allowing this text amendment, what you're doing is literally eliminating the possibility, because what we're talking about here is board approval plans, and you know how that goes. So what we need to do, in my opinion, is hold the feet to the fire of developers that are coming into the entertainment district and force them to put in these larger facilities that will facilitate what the entertainment district was supposed to be to start with. If we're going to be allowing this, we're going to be chipping away at the land in that area with small developments and small retail shops. And we're never going to end up with the grand scheme of what it is, in my opinion, of what the entertainment district was supposed to be. Now, we let Briley off, this lets Briley off the hook by doing this as well. So in other words, they're under no obligation whatsoever to complete their plan if this goes, because we're eliminating the 600 unit cap. So this is where I'm coming. Either we call it the entertainment district and make it into one, or we don't. And with this, in my opinion, this text amendment is the demise of the entertainment district. Thank you.
Mr. Garner?
Aaron looks like he wanted to respond.
Right. So one of the things that I want to mention real quick is I do agree with you on some fronts. I do believe that the board would be remiss if we were to improperly kind of place buildings throughout the district. I do share the common trait, like you do want to see entertainment uses in the entertainment district. I think what's important to recognize though right now is the only mechanism that we have for that that's in place is purely through the conditional zoning process. So unless someone comes in and they request that, and they request a site-specific site plan from the board, that's a power that the board already has. One of the things that we don't have for that is any type of standardization process for things that occur, opening up the ground floor retail or requiring the commercial space when they come in. So as a board, you still have the ability, even if this text amendment was approved, you still have the ability to, I guess, kind of clarify or justify or I guess demand the correct word, certain building sizes, certain building locations throughout the district. The only thing that this text amendment would really do would move that bottleneck where nothing can come through, and it would provide some standardization.
Mr. Say, Darren, the way a petitioner can come to the table and say, proposing we don't change anything, I'm gonna put a 40,000 square foot fitness center in. Done. We're off to the races. With this scenario, it takes every petitioner, every zoning case, depending on where they're located, to provide and accommodate the 50% rule, 25%.
Correct. For every zoning case.
So we reflect the one-off. The 40,000.
Right, right. Then I think another way to think about it too is, just because we're talking about proposals. So right now with the way it's worded, the best proposal in the world could come in. You could all love it. It could be the greatest project you've ever seen. If it didn't meet that 40,000 square feet, you as a board would not be able to approve it.
I think that's true too.
So it's kind of works both ways.
Additional comments or questions? Anybody need further clarification?
We're just going to present us back into. What I appreciate of Commissioner Urban is that you guys think differently than I do. And at one point, that was a terrible thing. I also think that, when you come in with this sort of flexible language, we aren't playing developer. We aren't necessarily telling people what they can and cannot do with their property. But I made myself the liberal on this board. But I also, keep wondering why we aren't talking about individual property ownership rights. And so what this does is it allows the best of both worlds, where we give the a hint of what we want, and then have the rights to say no, thank you, if it doesn't fit what we see as necessary. It also doesn't put us in the seat of playing developer, which is not my realm of expertise. So I see that theaters are closing, getting torn down, or turned into gyms. Expecting that in the entertainment district, expecting a new theater comes to entertainment district is probably not something that we should be banking on. This sort of steers people in the right direction and also gives us some sort of way to fall back.
Further comment? We'll go ahead and take this to the planning board, let them come back with a recommendation just on the March 28th meeting, or do we?
Hear from the applicant. Yeah, the applicant's here.
Yeah.
As well.
Applicant like Mr. Carmichael, you go.
Mayor, Mr. Representative, members of the Board of Commissioners and Planning Board, I'm John Carmichael, here on behalf of the NRP Group. Jason is somewhere. There's Jason. He's with me tonight. Darren did a good job of explaining this. I have one thing I would respectfully disagree with Darren on. the requirement in I think if the text amendment were not approved, and I'm just making assumptions here for the purpose of discussion. And the next rezoning application approved that did not have the 40,000 square feet, the board would have the authority to approve it. But they just couldn't get permits until there was 40,000 square feet under construction or completed in the ENT district. And so if the Briley did, my math is correct, 22,500, and NRP group did 18.5, and that threshold is met. That's really, I just wanted to point that out as we're thinking about things. But in working with the planning staff on the text amendment, we kind of thought that the 40,000 square foot limit was arbitrary and not really that protective of the goals of the entertainment district. Now you may say, well, why are you trying to change it? Well, we're trying to change it so you can do it in increments. But I will say that what I like about the text amendment is it assures some mixture of uses in a single building. Whereas the 40,000 square foot limit does not. It just says you got to have 40,000 square feet. Reasonable minds can differ, and I respect that. But I just think there is something here that's helpful. It's helpful to petitioner, but I think it's also helpful to the board because it does identify those primary streets. It requires percentage of the lineal street frontage to be activated. There's several menu options you can choose from. And it also, but as Commissioner Garner was alluding to, it gives the board the flexibility to approve other ways in which to meet that activation requirement. So that I'm happy to answer any questions. I know y'all discussed this very thoroughly with Darren, and I don't want to take any more of your time than is necessary, but we appreciate your consideration.
Mr. Urban.
So, John, I'll make you say it just for the record. We are only really talking about two property owners. When it comes down to it, 99.9% of the unit district is potentially in control of two entities.
Of the undeveloped property.
Yes.
Yes, sir. It's right now it's the Brigmans. I believe they're the only property owner, but there are two pending applications that deal with the remainder of the undeveloped property in the entertainment district. Yes, sir.
So our goal here is public hearings, they're against the planning board, and it goes right back into
Yes.
Mr. Whitley.
So what I'm hearing is, I think the key is 40,000 square feet entertainment. I hear what Mark said. If you're going to call it entertainment development, we should have some type of entertainment in there. But nevertheless, I think what I'm hearing John say is this: don't agree with the 40,000, but agree with breaking it up and maybe two parcels, but still equaling 40,000. Is that what I'm hearing, John?
Well, it would under the current plans, it would if both move forward, it would be far in excess of 40 that's being requested. The requirement here is as you can see, is that there'd be 40,000 square feet of commercial space that's under construction or built in order to get a residential permit, Commissioner Whitley. Not to bleed over to the next proposal, but that request would have a minimum of 18,850 square feet of commercial, a maximum of 20. So that would obviously not get up to 40, but it would meet those street frontage requirements that are in the text amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Stefano.
And I also want to make it clear that that 40,000 can be multiples of 5,000.
That's correct.
Yes, so I want to, that's the point I'm trying to stress here, is that we, by approving this text amendment, we take out the necessity for holding developers to large buildings. In other words, to make it into that entertainment district, we can chip away and put little shops at the bottom of residential buildings and get to that 40,000 and end up with nothing but a residential community. Perhaps, maybe even mostly rental. I don't know. But the thing is what the point that I'm stressing over and over again is it's not your fault. The fault was when this original UDO was written to start with, that had the 600 unit limit. Where Riley took advantage of it right up to the last moment. 597, what is it, Jay? I don't.
570.
570.
Their maximum.
Yeah, whatever. So in other words, they built their residential units right up to the limit of that 600, so they wouldn't have to put in a single square foot of commercial space. That's where the problem was to start with. And what we're going to do is we're going to make it even worse by approving this text amendment, by allowing small incremental growth of commercial space and never come to the large buildings.
Let me just comment, Commissioner Capano, I don't know where it's codified that we necessarily have to have large entertainment venues. It could be smaller entertainment.
Well, and I certainly agree with that.
So it's not terrible, but it's only 5,000 feet or 8,000 feet. It could be a nice, it could still be entertaining. It doesn't have to be 40,000. Could be.
Don't make me laugh.
Try not to. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Carmichael? Anybody in the room have a question or a comment? As well as the planning board. Go to the planning board first. Anybody on the planning board have a question or comment? Anybody in the room? Question or comment about this request? Lorraine, do we have anybody virtually? All right, well, it sounds like we're ready to close this public hearing. So the planning board, their March 28th.
Can I say one thing, Mayor? Just so, because I'm under the weather, but when everybody in this room know, I do not have COVID. We're not. End of this meeting.
Hold my usual hug. All right, thank you. Let's move on to item C, zoning application 2022-766 ENT-NRP group, which is related. Change the zoning on that certain property from R15 to ENT on that certain property designated as 11330. Bring that identified 15.1.3. This was continued.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it was updating or something. Okay. Right, so this is the rezoning that's in question. With the ENT area. Just as a reminder, this property is at the corner of Sports Parkway and Rickman Road. So at the last public hearing, we did receive a request to get updates and clarifications on the CMS school impact. One of the issues, I believe, were some of the schools that would be affected by this zoning. I believe it was specifically the elementary schools. So what we did reach back out to CMS. We did request it. We also went back and looked at their school boundaries. So this is in the Matthews Elementary School District and would be in the Crestdale School District. I believe notably, if this project were approved and completely built out, it would add an additional 130 students total.
I have a question. What is this building classroom / teacher stations? What constitutes the teacher station?
That I'm not sure of. I can follow up.
Because I feel like it's just like a very small office spaces. Classrooms are for that overall.
Right. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what a teacher station is or how they classify it. I know when they're using their adjusted capacity, they do it without the mobile units or the learning cottages, but as far as the teacher stations, I'm not familiar with what that is. Okay. Right, so some updates that we've had since the last meeting. The applicant has provided additional amenity space in the public right of way. They've also added additional live work units and convertible residential units on the ground floor of the building. And they've also altered some of the ground floor along the street level, just to give the architecture a little bit more of a retail appearance. The property is currently zoned R15, is right beside the stadium for the Sportsplex. Just to re-highlight some of the amenities, and then I'll let the applicant kind of go into greater detail. So there are terraces around the back on the private street. They're also proposing a dog park, a small public park that kind of looks back over towards the river. We do have a retail plaza. This is a vertical mixed use building. And then they're also allowing for additional public amenity space, kind of back along that new public road that's going to be put into place. I'm a little sparse on the details right now, just because again, this is tied back to that text amendment that we're currently looking at. So any specifics, we would kind of hammer those out as we move further along in the process. We did receive some additional, we did receive some updated architectural plans. I believe these are the live work units. Kind of looking back down, they went back in, gave them a little bit more of a retail look. There are some plans to try to partner with potentially the apartment complex or maybe the town or the county. For those terraces that are in the back to maybe do some type of outdoor event space. Additionally, they've went back and reshown kind of that main entrance with the addition of public art and some public seating in the area. And then this is just an additional angle. Are there any questions for staff at this time? I believe the applicant also has a presentation, probably has a little bit more detail on this is the planning.
I do have two questions. I think I asked this last time. That initially, do we have any numbers for the school? Do we know how many mobile classrooms are at the school? And again, I think it's very misleading to say, it's a 121% capacity. If they have 15 mobile classrooms there, then that's obviously not quite so crowded. So not speaking in favor of mobile classrooms, I just there. Do we know?
Right. No, we don't have a specific count on the number of mobile classrooms that are out there currently. We can follow up to get that information there.
Hey, do you know your children that
At Matthews, they have a building that's the third grade name that is, I guess, it's typically considered a mobile classroom. So that is 10 classrooms in that one building.
10, so that's not included in this. So this number is probably greatly exaggerated.
I mean, I can't speak to that and do that, but it's not as my children have not been sitting on the floor or pushed up against a window to sit in the class.
Being the town manager, I think this also deals with access to cafeteria, perhaps. Maybe that's why that's not included. I think anyway, if you could just find that out, I'd appreciate it. How many mobiles are in each classroom? And second question, when you mentioned, and I guess I can ask the applicant, but you mentioned the terraced area. You said that could be done. Is that illustrative, or is that what they're going to do, or that's they're thinking about doing that? Or?
Are you talking about just providing or building the terrace, or actual events?
Just the terrace itself.
Right. So they are committing to the actual terrace. We'll have to, as far as any type of events that would occur out there, we would have to kind of.
So your comment was about events specifically.
Right. They were adding the option for the town department.
I think that was nice. That's a nice stuff.
like ask a question that's sort of broad, not necessarily applicable to this only. When we see amenities like this, if we see that there's a use for it, if there's doubt in public perception that that will follow through, how are we assured that that will follow through? Is it the notes on the drawings that planning scrutinizes?
Right. So everything that we approve through the conditional zoning process, we do put into the conditional notes. So we do place that requirement that's in there. And then I was kind of speaking to, so like, for example, if someone were, it was a requirement to place public art or to provide a public art station in the right of way, they would be required as a condition, the rezoning notes to put that into place. That's something that town staff would then review during the building permitting process when we go back in and we're looking at the site plan reviews, things of that nature. And then even possibly like the event space, if we were to like make that a conditional note, it is possible that we could require some type of agreement between the property owner and the town, have that recorded as an easement. We could do that through the site plan review process.
So just because we don't see it here in this document, the staff report, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means that's a lot of information for us to have in a presentation.
Right. And, I think it's also important to note right now, we are in the public hearing stage, so it's a little bit, just because we've had so much back and forth, I think things are a little bit less clear. Once we start really moving, going through the planning board process and then coming back to the board for a final decision, that's when we'll have everything really hammered out, present everything finalized.
I think this is one of the really exemplary examples of public access to a development and how it engages people and can be used as a park space. And so I appreciate that in the design of the project.
Commissioner Urban.
So Baron, are we to assume that the hypothetical text amendment has been pushed through this lens of this project? Meaning, does it meet the 25% on secondary? Does it meet 50% on primary? Has this project been put through that rigor?
Right, I believe as you can see, with the addition of the live work units on the first floor, and the addition of the public amenity space that they're requesting along the public street A, there would be new construction. We would be able to get to those 50%, those 25% benchmarks.
But using mostly a live work scenario, and I guess I'll ask the petitioner about what thoughts about that, but it's not so much truly a commercial space, but there's live work and truth. Thank you.
Just to add on to that comment, I think that does, to Commissioner Kavanagh's point, kind of limit the entertainment. Sorry, John, but you got an architect that got an office downstairs and lives upstairs. That's not real entertaining. Any other comments for Darren before we go to? Planning board have anything for Darren? Ready for the applicant? Everybody give Mr. Carmichael a lozenge.
Mr. Mayor, for 10 members of the board, commissioners and the planning board, John Carmichael, and I'm here on behalf of the NRP group. With me tonight are Jason Wakazuki, Cheryl Steigerwall, with the NRP group, Patty Pavleka Reader with Land Design, and Andrew Eagle from Kemp. As Darren mentioned, this is a continuation of prior public hearing. Just briefly, the site, barely over 15 acres. It's located in the Entertainment Overlay District, southeast corner of the intersection, Brickman Road, Sports Parkway, and the Sportsplex, as immediately to the south of the site. This is an aerial of the site. This is Elevation Church here, Highway 74. Sportsplex is down here. And then this is what Commissioner Urban was alluding to prior hearing, is the other undeveloped land in the entertainment district that's the subject of a separate rezoning application. Then this is the Raleigh up here. That's the full map. Of course, Matthews Hill Road's up here. The site is currently zoned R15, and you can see the zoning of the surrounding parcels. And to the south is zoned ENT. To the northwest, it's ENT. To the west, it's R15. To the east, it's R15. And then we got a little ENT to the north on Matthews Hill, and then it's Business Highway, B1 SCD along 74. B1 SCD zoning district, that little shopping center district. That's where Elevation Church is. So the request is to rezone the site to the ENT zoning district to accommodate a mixed-use development that would contain a maximum of 378 multifamily dwelling units, a minimum of 18,850 square feet, and a maximum of 20,000 square feet of gross floor area devoted to office, retail, restaurant, and or other non-residential uses allowed in the ENT zoning district. A minimum of 17 of those multifamily dwelling units would be live-work units. Minimum 5% of those multifamily dwelling units would be required to maintain monthly rents that are income restricted to households earning 80% or less of the area median income for a period of not less than 15 years. Jason's going to talk about the revisions to the site plan, the live work units, the commercial space, how the streets are activated, and NRP has reviewed this plan, Commissioner Urban, and it does meet the requirements of that proposed text amendment. Then Cheryl's going to talk a little bit about the building design, and then the rest of the team is happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, John. My name is Jason Mochizuki. I'm Vice President of Development for the NRP Group and representing the petitioner here tonight. So what you see here was our original site plan, excuse me, not our original site plan, but the last version of this before we continued our hearing last time. And I wanted just to show this just so you'd see where we started and some of the changes that we've made subsequently. So this project, we originally started working on this in September of 2020. So this very much represents the culmination of several years of work on our part. And you know, the original concept that we started with was very much a traditional suburban garden apartment project with surface parking and a much smaller commercial footprint. Over the last 2.5 years, we've met many times with Jay Camp, town staff, Mayor Higdon, and many of the commissioners that have granted us very generously granted us their time. We've learned the town has a very distinctive vision for this project, including structured parking, street activation, community gathering spaces, various commercial uses, and best-in-class amenities for both residents and guests. We've heard you and your comments, and we're here to present to you tonight, or what we're here to present to you tonight represents our very best efforts to meet the spirit of those comments and to produce a best-in-class mixed-use apartment project. I wanted to highlight just a few things here with this site plan. The two overarching goals that we had for this plan were connectivity and street activation. So as you can see here depicted on the west side here of Sports Parkway, NRP will be installing a 10-foot multi-use path that will connect our project to downtown Matthews via the planned downtown loop trail. On the west side of the site here, this 10-foot multi-use path will be extending to connect our project to the existing section of 4 Mile Creek Greenway and the Sportsplex directly to the south down here. Public Street A will become the eastern gateway to the project, connecting to the rest of the entertainment district. In addition, we're providing a multimodal transit hub right here at the intersection of Sports Parkway and Public Street A that could be used both for rideshare and CATS, van service that folks can call on demand through an app. As far as street activation, As John pointed out, we will meet the 25 and 50% rules as laid out in the text amendment. All ground floor building frontage along Sports Parkway and Public Street A will contain commercial retail space, non-residential accessory multifamily uses that present as commercial, live work units, stoops, and some combination of all these elements. In addition, we're providing 4 distinct plaza or public amenity spaces totaling over 57,000 square feet and 17 live work units. These plaza spaces are here in front of building 2, which we identify as a retail plaza, with additional plaza space here in front of some of our accessory multifamily use spaces along the stoops here. And we also have a public amenity space, and as Cheryl will walk you through, and as was presented earlier in this presentation, the terrace system out here that we foresee used as a public gathering space and potentially performing arts space. To provide further detail on street activation measures and how these spaces might look, I'm going to turn it over to Cheryl.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Steigerwald. I'm the Senior Vice President of Vertical Design at NRP. I help hire and facilitate all of the vertical design, architecture, landscape architecture, outside vendors. We have 3 major buildings at this site. We have taken advantage of the new Public Street A, which connects to the Bergman site. Here, and located 1 large building to the south of that. The advantage of an entertainment district is you can build these large buildings and hide all of the parking, which is something I'm sure we're all grateful to not see just asphalt of concrete and surrounding it everywhere. So this, at no point will you see the parking garage from anywhere, and there is ample on-street parking as you have in your current downtown environment along the streets to provide a vibrant community that feels walkable, feels like you can come in, park your car, get on one of these trails and engage in the entire district around you. This is activated on all streets, not just the primary and secondary streets that are mentioned in the text amendment with stoops. So every first floor unit inside of all of our buildings have direct access out of their unit to the sidewalk. That is not something that you will find in every multifamily apartment by any means, but we find it's something that our residents who own dogs love and helps make them part of the community. They come out, they walk their dog every evening, they're interacting with these trails and getting out into the community. Building B is our primary retail building that has the largest amount of space for commercial use at the first floor, and you'll see examples of that. And then we have a smaller building at the top that still has the live work units, which are in the red along Sports Parkway. So this is at the far end of Sports Parkway. We have developed a family of buildings that are complementary to one another. We refer to them as cousins. We didn't want a group of buildings that are siblings and looked so much alike that there was no character or uniqueness to this pretty large development. So building 1 is a very long building, but we have broken it into 3 distinct areas and architectural characters. So there's this southern end, there's an entrance to this building in the middle for direct access to the multifamily, as well as the individual stoops. There's this sort of white section, and then there's a book room, and down at Street A at the end. If you look closely, we spent a lot of time studying some of your existing older buildings within the community, and how can we kind of reference them, but not try to mimic them, because nothing looks worse than trying to recreate old buildings to look old. We're building new buildings, but how can we reference things
that exists in the old buildings. So you can see some of the brick detailing here. This is directly taken off of a small little structure right on Trade Street that I saw several summers ago now. This right here is our entrance into our multifamily building. That breaks the building into about 150 feet, one direction, and 250 in the other. And then you'll see this sort of series of stoops and entries to make it feel very pedestrian in nature, really emphasizing the first floor level of the building rather than the entire height of the building. Some of the advancements that we made since that last slide are represented here, which is our live work units. We have committed to a very large percentage of glazing at the first floor, which makes them feel commercial and inviting, as well as these sun-shade structures over each of those live work units, signage, lighting, steps, and open railings. Ample landscaping along this whole way and a very large connector sidewalk. This is right at Street A, which is the public street connector to the rest of the property. On the left side would be where transit hub that Jason alluded to is here. This is also where our main leasing office is. We kind of treated this building, I would say, as the bank kind of building, the really sort of monumental building of the project. We have a clocks, much like you have on this building that we're in right now. Really just signage on the corner, and also where we bring in a commitment for public art, which we would commit to inside documents in writing to provide that. Would also envision this art being something that's multifunctional, something that maybe provides seating as well as just aesthetics. We have really successfully worked on implementing public art on many of our projects. We like to partner with local arts organizations to make sure it's something that means something to the community. So this is what I refer to as the bank building, sort of right behind this piece of public art. Looking back at our mostly commercial first floor building here, all of the first floor of the building is commercial, retail, restaurant, and nature with residential above. You can see while this is not the same architecture, it really mimics sort of some of the traditional window assemblies that you might see buildings around town, right around where we are now, but still has a contemporary appearance. This is the public space between buildings 2 and 3. Again, building 3 would have live work units and student entries, and this mimics the southern end of the property. So you feel like you're all in the same neighborhood, but the buildings aren't repeated right next to each other to look like a sea of suburban homes by any means. And then we have these sort of ancillary connector spaces between these buildings to get people from the front to the back. They'd be well landscaped, probably some small sitting areas in these spaces for public uses. This is probably my favorite part of the project. We don't often get to have the natural grade changes that exist on this site. And this really presented an opportunity to have a really unique situation with these terraces. And on the top, you'll see that our courtyard, which would be for residents only, for events right here, it's pretty open. There is transparency from the public space to the private space. But then it really almost double the amount of space that we have inside of our courtyard goes out to the public realm. So our residents can interact with the neighbors from the other buildings, rest of the Bigman property, or anybody who's frankly on any of those trail connections Jason was mentioning. So yes, we are committing to build all of these terraces, the landscape. I think it's a great place to hang out for both the public and our residents. Across the street from here is the dog park, which would be open to the public as well. And then There's a community area next to that as well for picnic spaces. That is really on a lovely sort of protected green space that will not be changing even with that additional development because of the stream that exists past that. And again, you can see the sort of different kinds of architecture that on the backside of this building. While this building all is one building, in reality, it looks like a series of smaller buildings.
I have a question.
Yes.
This is probably my favorite site here. Is there some sitting areas in this where you can sit? I love if you're gonna have some type of entertainment there.
Yes. Yeah, there's should be able to zoom in here a little bit, but there will be a series of walls where you can sit on the walls for sure. Families can sit on the grass lawn areas with blankets if they want, and we would probably also incorporate some actual benches with that for residents who need that sort of support as well. Same view at in the evening. We build a lot of our spaces and most of all of our developments now to accommodate inviting trucks into our properties certain evenings, especially in the summer. I'm from Cleveland, so summer's much shorter up there, but we do a lot of programming in our properties, and we provide the power that is needed to have the music and the parking spaces. Generally, the food trucks are self-sufficient. They come with their own sort of gas usage on the truck, so you don't have to provide a lot for them. You just have to invite them in. So likely we would have some sort of programming, and we would be more than open to other people having program opportunities on the space as well. Because it only makes the environment for our residents better and want to stay at our properties.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have a question?
This may be a premature question, not your purview, but is there gonna be any affordability component to this? 5% of the units would be 80% for 15 years.
I think that's sort of the end of the architecture, unless there's more questions.
Mr. Capano, question about the architecture?
Is this purely architectural? Are you going?
No, I was gonna say one thing, Commissioner Fana, that we're here as long as you want us to be. And this is in response to a question that Commissioner Garner asked Mr. Hallman. Plans have been going back and forth, and so it's incumbent upon the applicant, like you and staff, they don't work for me, but all of us to make sure that what we're showing is on the plan that goes to you for your consideration for approval. So we'll do that and work with planning to make sure that, and that helps us too, because if we make a commitment, we want it to be enforceable. So I just want, that's the first thing. And then, you know, Commissioner Urban asked me some time ago, or suggested, I don't know how to say it. He said, look, you need to put your best foot forward here. You know, not a whole lot of back and forth. So reasonable minds can differ, but they have put their best foot forward here in terms of the commercial uses, structured parking, the live work units, the affordability. And I understand that for some folks, it may not get you over the hurdle. And I would respect that. But I can look at each of you and tell you that they have done that. And I just want to let you know, because that's something that we were told we needed to do, and I think they've done that. But we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Mr. Clark.
Yes, in your presentation, you said there were 378 units. How many of those are for sale?
They're all rental. Thank you.
I will ask any question I want to ask.
Ask any question. Thank you. Not debate, deliberate on that.
I can ask any question I wish to ask, and I'm not going to talk down. There's no use for any further discussion. Who is deliberating? I'm asking a question. Thank you.
Talk to me, well, maybe on our figures. Talk to me on the live work aspect. If these are flats and not vertically integrated, how do you envision live work working?
We envision and seen these particular units at another property, that they are deeper than our normal units. There is a work space in the front of the unit, followed by the kitchen, dining spaces, and then the bedroom spaces are in the rear. They are still flats, they're just deeper on that first floor. And that is not entirely depicted in our floor plans yet, but we're definitely working on those, and that's why the stoops extend out.
So if we're doing a 2-bedroom bed with arrangement, one bay is somehow dedicated to a work environment, and the other bay has traditional function, kitchen, bedroom, bathroom, storage.
Yes, and we'll be working to advance those into drawings in the near future.
Push work side.
Yes,
I would guess into what that's for.
not sure.
Just give me a ball, just give me a range.
We will say a space for 2 to 3 people in a small, someone referred to earlier as an architectural, very small firm could maybe work during the day.
I know that we looked at some units in Savannah that we could send it. Well, yeah, because I'm used to vertically integrated, but when you're talking a flat situation, it changes the dynamic. And in the conversation we're having about commercial retail, if you're preparing a text amendment, I'm wondering the validity of allowing live work to do that, because it's going to be very small. Unless you're going to identify live work as being for an artist studio or a pottery person or somebody that sells things like that, it doesn't benefit us if it's a insurance agent, doesn't benefit us if it's a realtor or something like that. So maybe a discussion for the text amendment as to how live work is utilized from that standpoint. Otherwise, just generate live work and start meeting criteria. So
That was the same comment I made a while ago.
yeah, I think you're beginning to see some of the holes. So we've talked about this project many times, and we've gone over it many times. There's some building, I keep referencing Jay's on lab, building number 2. That's traditional, mixed in with the modern. It's what we call tripartite, meaning it has a clear base, street level activity. It has a shaft or a column, and it has a cap. The other buildings you have begin to do that, but they all meet the street edge in a very abrupt manner. And again, I'll emphasize that I'm not happy with that, because people will really know that they're walking along the edge of a 4-story building. And the downtown environment, especially like Matthews and single-story buildings, the sense of that particular building is that when you're on the eaves or under that structure that's designed, you're going to get a sense of that one story and not 4 stories high as opposed to. So it's purely an architectural discussion from that standpoint. So I think you could, I mean, look at the characteristics of that edge and then go back to building 3. You quickly identify building 2, identify, one is colder, less pedestrian friendly, even though you are making good attempts to separate public and private stairs, but it doesn't have that same feel. And the other issue is that when you drive something that's 500 feet long, you don't have some visual break, some green space, some articulation in the building allows you buildings are actually longer than I believe City Block and Charlotte.
I would disagree with that. I measured this afternoon. This building is 400 feet long. It is 250 feet to this building entry point here.
Which ones do you identify as 500 feet long? I heard specifically about it.
I did not say that. I said 400 earlier. I literally measured it a couple hours ago.
Both 500.
Yeah, well,
But even so, 400 feet is the length of the City Block in Charlotte. That is not, City Block in Matthews. Anyway.
but we are also successfully hiding a parking garage in its entirety by the length of this building. You can't cut a green space through the middle of a parking garage, obviously. So, it's 250 feet to that entry point in the middle and 150 feet the other way. Plus every single unit, every 36 feet has an own individual entrance into it too. So I feel like that feels very pedestrian, feels very connected, feels very safe because there's a lot of eyes on the sidewalk all along that street.
Excuse me for 1 minute. Jim Taylor, could you close the doors back there, please, sir? Thank you.
The only other comment I have, which debate in my own mind, the terrace parking park area, all very, very nice, gives me that sense of people in the tourist area are in the cheap seats and people in the courtyard have the box seats. In fact, there's a fence separating them and there's not that connection. I realize you're probably trying to keep, the residents have their area and the public have their area, but it's just at this stage, it's a little disconcerting that we're trying to create an entertainment complex, play together and meet together, a community here, yet we're imposing walls, so to speak. I know it's probably very functional and pragmatic to do that. I just don't know what other kind of treatments there might be to sort of mitigate that a little bit. Right now, it's an us versus them situation. That's why.
Maybe to point out again how much of this is actually completely public. This space is completely public, more green space. This is a retail plaza, completely public. All of this yellow is public in nature. All of this sort of brighter green here is public. Dog park would be open to the public. The picnic kind of overlook area is also all public. This is a substantial amount of public space compared to most of our developments, and we've done that very intentionally to try to give back to this community and create public spaces where none exists today. So
I'm going to go to Commissioner Garner, then I'll get you Commissioner Garner.
Commissioner Monica, though.
Have you come to the point in your trying to break down the units by 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms? Studios,
Yes.
can you share that with me?
Off the top of my head, I don't.
Please stand at the microphone. I'll turn my on so you can.
Yes, Commissioner Topano, I apologize. I don't have the unit mix with me right now, but I can certainly follow up with that information after this hearing.
Thank you. And also the square footage that's anticipated for each one of those units.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
I have a question. Do we have all these renderings are made much more beautiful because of all the trees shown? Do we have in particular, the large deciduous trees that appear to be that way anyway? We know what type those are? Or any of the trees, what they are? They really adds to the beauty of it, but I'd like to know, they are.
Sure. Good evening. Hattie Publish, Curator with Land Designs. No, we've not made any decisions at this point about types of species of trees. But yes, there would be a mix of evergreen, deciduous, small and large maturing throughout the site. And I will note that we are meeting a requirement for the 8% canopy, tree canopy throughout the site. And as you can tell, there's a fair amount of green space throughout project site, and we are preserving a fair amount of trees along the peripheries of the northern, western, and southern sides of the site.
I think we would also ask that those be native species, please. Mr. Carmichael's well aware of that list that exists in several hundred that you have on
Yeah.
page.
Yes, we would need
No
those.
ref repairs.
Yes, no, certainly not.
Mr. Carter?
I have a question for the developer. And I'm curious what it is, this is more philosophical, about what draws you to the EMT district. That makes this the particular sort of neighborhood of Matthews that you see development with.
Well, I think from a philosophical standpoint, my first experience with Matthews was really putting them down, going to restaurants and, the breweries and things like that in the area. To be honest with you, I also like the sportsplex as well. Several, of the Charlotte soccer teams play there now. It's an area that I really like. I like the Greenway. Really I was looking for a site that was proximate to these things, close to downtown Matthews, close to the sportsplex and the trail systems. And, there was this large site that I knew that, other developers were also currently working on to provide another large mixed use type of project. And that was sort of, what attracted me to the site originally.
Do you see a way to tie in the entertainment to your commercial space that you're?
I think it's very possible that, we don't have leases in place, obviously, for the, 18,900 square feet of commercial space. Presumably, those could potentially be entertainment uses. Because what we're building is several years into the future, I don't know if that's something that we would necessarily write on our plan. It's got to be one of these 5 uses just because that space needs to get leased, obviously. But there's nothing to say that we couldn't, bring an entertainment user into that space. I think it just depends, on what the conditions are at the time that we would go to lease that square footage.
On a separate note, when you're adding public art to it, do you have a plan in place? Have you developed sort of a process for how that will occur and who will manage it, where you will find the artist?
Like for Cheryl, actually, have to discuss this because we've done public art on a number of our projects. We had foreseen this originally when we were talking internally about maybe, having some sort of public involvement in the selection process. We've done murals and things like that in some of our other projects, and we've utilized local artists in the neighborhood where that project is typically located, Nota being one example. Things of that nature to try to keep sort of a hometown feel and have a sense of place for the art. But in terms of selection.
Several of our deals that we've done this time, we've partnered with a nonprofit organization to help facilitate the selection of that artist and sure it makes sense for the community. That's usually the best process is if that organization exists. We haven't really started that search yet, but I'm sure lots of people here are willing to help us with that. I'll make a suggestion or 2 for you. The Arts and Science Council, Mecklenburg County, is already in that realm and has a large resource and provides public art for the city of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County as a whole, and they're reputable. And also, I would speak to Melissa Johnson with the town. She works in Parks and Rec and has been operating a public sculpture rotating program. She works as a curator, also has outreach and knows a lot of the artists. She does a great job, so I don't want her to be overlooked.
Does planning get involved? I'm just curious, does planning get involved in the selection of public art or just?
Parks and Rec advisor.
Okay, Ms. Johnson.
Melissa Johnson, yeah, and the Parks and Rec Advisory Board does play a role in that.
Other comments or questions from anybody on the board or the planning board? Alan?
Carmichael, I want to talk to you. Thank you. Mr. Carmichael, I just want to ask you about the below market rentals again. If my math is right, approximately 19 units per head.
It was about,
At 80% AMR.
Yes, sir.
I do have concern. 80% AMR in this market is an annual income of around $80,000. I'd ask you to give some serious consideration of the 19 units, making all or the bulk of them down closer to 60%. And I'd also ask when these units are done, that they not all be the 1 bedroom, that there be some distribution, 3 bedroom, 2 bedroom, one bedroom. I appreciate your commitment to this, and but ask you reconsider that part of it.
Thank you.
Doug Rose, my question would be, how does this tie into the prior application that we're talking about with the text amendment for 40,000 square feet? This rezoning application for entertainment part of that.
Well, what the text amendment, as you may recall, in that hearing, the current ordinance requires 40,000 square feet of commercial to be completed or under construction before the 600 permit is issued. Excuse me, the 600 permit is issued for a residential unit. And as was alluded to earlier, the Briley has 590 of those. So that would mean you couldn't pull any permits here unless it's 40,000 square feet. And so the text amendment would request to do away with 40,000 square feet, but require it more in increments, require you to put to meet that requirement through activating primary streets. So they are tied together because this plan would meet the requirements of that text amendment if the text amendment were approved and if this rezoning is if the text amendment were not approved, if this were approved, then I'm trying to step on Charles' toes, but I think the board could do that, but you could pull a permit to 40,000 square feet to build somewhere in the district.
So the 40,000 square feet would apply to possibly building two only.
Well, it doesn't specify where it has to go. And it doesn't have to go on this site. It could go on another part, it could go in the Raleigh. 40,000 square feet. The current ordinance just requires 40,000 square feet within that entire entertainment district. I hope I answered your question.
Further questions from the planning board? Are there any questions from anyone in the audience tonight? Wants to speak for or against this application? Do you have anybody online? Maureen, that cares to speak for or against this application?
No, we don't.
All right.
Not to belabor this, but could we hold the hearing open 1 month for 2 reasons? And we wouldn't come back and redo all this. One is there's a meeting with Susan, Amika Willard with the town, and then in CDOT on Wednesday to clarify some things with the traffic study, Mr. Mayor. Then also to take a look at Mr. Irvin's comments regarding some of the architecture. Or I guess we could go to the planning board and then seek it, make a deferral decision. I'll leave it at your discretion. Certainly, it's totally at your discretion. Also,
We have a motion to continue this public hearing to April 10th.
is that what you really want? I mean, I'm more than happy to I think so, because we'd like to have a meeting with the transportation folks and then take a look at your comments.
I'll second.
Make a motion.
I guess I'm making a motion. I don't think you have a motion yet until what date are we shooting for? Next month.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Irvin to continue this public hearing. Three, a second by Commissioner Garner. All in favor? Opposed? This is 6-1 with Commissioner DeFano in opposition. I'd like to ask us to take a 10-minute break. Let's take a 10-minute break and we'll come back.
Like farther.
What number is it?
Are we going to do it? Please, move on to the next zoning item, zoning application 2022-768 car wash to change the zoning from I1CD to PHCD on a certain property located on the east side of East Independence Boulevard, Matthews Mint Hill Road, and Matthews Township Parkway, being further designated as tax parcel 193-311-82. This was continued from February 13th and may be available staff report.
So as you said, this car wash will be. Oops, I guess I need. Okay. I think I can promise you that this is at least less complicated than some of the things that came about lately. The request is for the site, it's right next to the Golden Corral. The request is for, it's currently I1CD and proposed to be HCD. Right now, the site's just kind of a grassy area that's part of the parking lot for the Golden Corral, and they want to build a car wash there. And that's the site right there. You can see on Golden Corral side. It's just about an acre site. It's currently undeveloped. In 2008, there was a change in conditions there on the property when Golden Corral replaced the 84 lumber. They allowed a number of uses on the property, and car wash was not one of them. It was called out as parcel B, future out parcel. And it was noted on that site plan that parcel B shall be developed with similar building materials as parcel A in Golden Corral, shall be subject to site plan and building elevation approval. And just also wanted to point out that there is a stub on the back of the property to feature in this park. So these are just a few of the street views, looking just at the grassy area that would be the car wash, and you can see Golden Corral there. It would be a shared entrance onto Independence, another photo of Golden Corral and just the property next to it. This is the site plan, and you can see on the site plan they do have the queuing for the car wash, and that's something that was requested by the TAC. The V's there are vacuums. I don't remember first when I was looking at it. These are the elevations, and again, the prior change in conditions noted that it had to be the same type of architecture as the Golden Corral and the same materials. Although their current plan is for a car wash, they have listed other uses that could be there if it does not ultimately become a car wash, but if it does come back, it would still have to come back for site plan review. Planning staff, we feel that this is Independence Boulevard. If there is a place that's appropriate for a car wash, it's certainly Independence Boulevard. And the prior changing conditions did actually allow for an automobile service station, auto-related use. This didn't specifically say car wash. The land use plan does not specifically address this property, but it does recommend uses on US 74 should be non-residential and destination based. And we believe it's consistent with that. The one comment was from the Transportation Advisory Committee, and they wanted to see the calculation of the number of cars for the queue. They wanted to see that on the site plan. As I pointed out, it is actually shown on the site plan. And they did calculate the queuing, and the site accommodates the queuing without disturbing the parking for the Golden Corral. Yes. If you have any questions for me, I can try and answer them, but we also do have the applicant here to answer questions.
Mr. Urban.
Clarification on, you said that it has to design with similar materials, Golden
It
Corral,
was similar materials,
but not necessarily look like Golden Corral.
not exactly like Golden Corral.
And what kind of latitude do you have to go beyond that in terms of materials?
Well, this is actually rezoning, so you can do,
We can have that.
you can have that at this point. That's what the original changing conditions said.
So that's the exact language on it. Shall be developed with similar building materials as parcel A.
Further questions from town board? Or Nadine? Planning board have any questions? Yes. Carmichael, again, you're very popular. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of the Board of Commissioners of the Planning Board. I'm here on behalf of Realty Link. John Clinton and Ryan Crawl, Realty Link are here as well. And Randy Goddard, okay, Randy's in the back of the room, he's here. He prepared the technical memorandum that was submitted to the town. So the site is just under an acre. It's on the easterly side of Independence Boulevard between Matthews Township Parkway and Matthews Hill Road down here to the south. It's right by the Golden Corral. As Nadine said, the Golden Corral is here. This is the site. The site and the Golden Corral are part of the same development, and they're part of the same approved conditional rezoning plan. But this is looking into the Golden Corral and into this site from Independence Boulevard. Site is grassy area here and this parking. So the site is currently zoned I1CD. This is the currently approved rezoning plan. The Golden Corral is here. The rezoning plan designates subject site as parcel B, and it allows a building of up to 8,000 square feet on this site. And then in terms of the allowed uses on this site, it's automobile service stations providing minor adjustments, minor repairs, and lubrication to any type of motor vehicle, retail sales, business and professional services, financial services, personal service, recreation services, and banks. So those are the currently permitted uses on the site. The building that contains a maximum of 8,000 square feet. But you'll note that a car wash is not a permitted use. So the request is to go to BHCD to allow car wash and other specified non-residential uses. The maximum gross floor of the principal building cannot exceed 8,000 square feet, as is the current requirement under the site's current zoning. However, a car wash building would be about 3,500 square feet. The permitted uses on the site would be limited to those listed here: a bank, barbershop, beauty salon, nail salon, and similar personal services, car wash, general professional office, medical, dental, optical office and clinic, motor vehicle service, restaurants without drive-through or drive-in service, and retail sales and general merchandise. And this is the rezoning plan. It has a building envelope on the site that's up to 8,000 square feet. But then there's a specific site plan that's a part of the rezoning plan for the car wash. As Nadine stated, if a use other than a car wash is to be located on the site, if this petition is approved, then that use would have to come back, or the user would come back and ask for site plan and building elevation approval from the board. But tonight, in connection with this rezoning request, the applicant is seeking site plan approval for the car wash and the building elevations. So this is the car wash site plan. As Nathan said, this is the 3,500 square foot building here. This would be the access into the site. The B represents the vacuums that the self-service vacuums that you see at car washes today. And then this is the car wash building. These elevations are, a part of the conditional rezoning plan. The materials are brick veneer, manufactured stone, fiber cement board. And I think that's some spandrel glazing up here to the top. Those are the materials that would be on the exterior of the building. This is side view, obviously, and this is another side. And then, of course, this is the front and rear. And the tunnel of the car wash is closed by the door in these elevations. But that's the proposal, really, is to add the car wash use, and then hopefully get the approval of the site plan and the elevations. But we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Joe, I do have a question about the number of vacuum stations. Seems incredibly a lot of them, more than I've ever seen in the program. How many are there? Like 20?
been to the Sam's on Monroe there? Car wash?
No, but I've been to two other ones in Becky's. One has maybe 5 or 6 vacuum stations. The other- That's fine. I'm not in the car wash business. If that's what's required. That's what's required. I just never seen that.
Well, some people spend a lot of time, not just vacuuming, but wiping the exterior and interior.
Is that gonna be a Sam's?
No, sir.
But it's similar to that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I use that car wash quite a bit. There are several people, once they go through the car wash, they don't dry it off, but they take time to shine it for you and everything, but it is out of the way, but it is a lot of back in whatever. Just away from everybody, to give them opportunity. Take a little private time.
Mr. Bottom,
Yes, I don't particularly care who it is that's coming in. It's just, that are they already in existence? Car wash?
Yes. The operator is actually here. She can answer a question as well.
So I'm John McClendon with Realty Link. I'm from Greenville, South Carolina. The operator is Magnolia Wash Holdings. They're headquartered in Charlotte, but they operate about 90 existing units across the southeast, with plans to be at about 120, 130 by the end of this year. The site is part of that plan. It might not go quite that quick. They wish it would. We've been working, to try and get everything in order, traffic study and everything else to get into this meeting. I think we've been on the docket for quite some time, but we've just been getting all of our ducks in a row, trying to put our best foot forward.
Do they have any?
So they do. They have several, I think, and I don't want to misspeak if I'm on the record, but I think they have 17 units in North Carolina. They were founded in North Carolina in the kind of the Raleigh MSA. Yeah, they got a website for sure. But they operate kind of currently, what is it, 8 or 9 brands? They're currently going through a brand consolidation.
Come up here and say who you are.
No, it's better to get it straight through.
Are there any in Charlotte with this company?
If you guys pass this, we'll be our first. So I'm really excited about this opportunity. We do have an acquisition at 9121 South Tryon Street. That was our first Charlotte flagship, but it was an acquisition. It was a Greenway Express prior.
I just want to question your business sense for putting a car wash on the busiest road in Charlotte.
Mr. Willie.
This is not a lot of car wash. I like a nice clean car. And I can tell you this, Mark, there are no car wash on this side. On Monroe Road, it's where you have to go, or you can go on Starling Road. Get that one. Over, I think they're gonna do very well in that location because of the traffic.
I think I know the answer to this question, but you have a recycling system for your water, so it's not wasting a lot of water.
We do. We have a reclamation.
Are there any other green building standards that you use in your operation?
We'll follow up with you on that one.
Commissioner Hoover.
Yes, I'm very concerned about public safety. Did I understand correctly that you're driving through the parking lot, going around and everything?
That's correct.
Children, that direction.
And that's these parcels were developed together, and there's a master agreement for access to the parcel. Yeah. Right here. And there's a right turn lane here, Commissioner.
Commissioner,
So Mayor, came up with the definition of architecture and calls it and. The elevation and. Yes, we're using materials from ground, you know, from grounds in the architecture, but we can, or I have been desperately trying that every new project that comes along that comes forward is not mediocre. And adding to mediocrity, that's all we end up being. I had a good discussion with Red Lobster and Discount Tire, Chick-fil-A, and on and on and on. Those are good examples of franchise design. So I'd like you to take another pass at this, realizing that although it is small, it's going to be visible. And I think the only other aspect of this is I think one thing that really go a long way is landscaping. And to Commissioner Hoover's point, not landscaping the kind of hides kids running to the parking lot or something like that. Landscaping that works with the building, works on the street edge. It's bad enough that you see seas of parking lot and seas of asphalt, whereas very simply landscaping to hide a lot of that. Because once a person knows where that car wash is, it's a done deal. I mean, so I would just ask you to think through this again, take a look at it. It's really easy to do on 3,500 square feet. You don't have to throw everything tricky. You've got brick, you've got stone, you got batten. I mean, from everything that possibly, it might be the better part of ours. It just less is more and cleaner. And you have a store in Odessa, Georgia. And it was very, simple lines, had a corner element. It was cleaner. It wasn't this sort of cacophony of noise, which is planes and stuff like that.
I agree. And these aren't the Golden Corral materials. This is what we call fancy prototype. We developed this one and this was based on standards from an architectural review committee in Beaufort, South Carolina, on Sea Island Parkway on the way into Trip Island. And so it kind of has some beachy elements to it. And it definitely has more materials than we'd like to use. We'd obviously prefer to have fewer trades on site, cost less to do it that way. But this is this was the nicest prototype that we had. And we know that you guys at Matthews are more sophisticated than some of the other places where we've developed these in the past. I don't mean that in a bad way. But we wanted to show you our best, but we have not designed this site yet, and we're certainly opening to altering some of the exterior finishes in the building. And by the way, on this rendering, that door, it is not green. It shows up green. It's like a copper color. But I just want to be clear about that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So recently, we've actually established a prototype, which is beautiful, that we use at a lot of our other sites. I'd be happy to let you guys look at that too and kind of see how we want to meld it. Obviously, we want to be, respectful of the Golden Corral type of standards, but we do have a prototype that we try to use as municipalities allow.
Let's skip the word prototype. You're going to bring us something very unique to Matthews.
Yes.
There you go.
No, we definitely are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Others.
Commissioner Gardner.
Looking at the site on Polaris, and I see that the Golden Corral has sort of a stub out at the rear of the property that looks like it's going to, or was intended to connect to the future Northeast Parkway. Are you taking that into consideration as you do your site layout, that there may be a rear connection?
Here?
Yeah.
That's actually on the Golden Corral site. There's really no connection from here to here.
There would, in the event that access road is.
You stand for the mic, please.
Oh, yes, sir.
But it's not. Sorry.
Get on our side.
Right, but they have to go this way.
right?
Right. That's
Yeah.
right. And that's just kind of by function of where the pay stations are situated. There's an automated kind of payment system that's behind that dump out lane to the right. So that'll have some sort of probably be gated in some way or some chain that'll be lifted in the event that a customer changes their mind or comes through with dually truck can't go on the track system. So there's a way to let them kind of bail out. So that wouldn't really work as a direct access tie-in, but they could loop around and still come onto the, use the car wash services from that stub out if in the event that the road is ever connected.
I just want to be careful that we are thinking about this, sort of like how we were with Chick-fil-A, and that, you know, eventually there's going to be a connector road at the rear. I understand that that's more complicated than that, but as we're looking at this building, we're also thinking about how that Northeast Parkway is complete, how Independence will function as it's built out in the future.
Okay, Commissioner,
Quick follow-up. Do you, I don't want to say no, but do you have room? Take the diagonal parking, vacuum. And do 93, in which you can make a two-way lane, because the more and more I focus on the site plan, the more and more I see folks coming in, to your point, you know, coming into the restaurant and people have their car nice and spiffy and vacuumed and leaving, and it's a confluence of two different groups of people. You know, so if you could somehow create a two-lane vacuum area, which people have to be careful, they could at least come back out the front entry and be closer up to the road as opposed to navigating all the way to the parking lot of Golden Corral. I guess if I was the owner, I don't know how this combination of property owners works and all that kind of stuff. I would assume if I was Golden Corral, I'd be seriously concerned about this flood of vehicles constantly opposing my traffic coming and going, and people not paying attention. It's just, it's very, very often.
Definitely understand the question, and I think from our perspective in designing sites with the operator in the past, they prefer to have the diagonal parks, just have a one-way traffic flow through the site from their operational standpoint.
Is it easy? But could you, I mean, maybe fill up every single one, but could you operate with half the number of residents? You could have a two-lane aisle, get back to the front. If you go down 74 into Stallings, there is a Starbucks and a gas station. I'm in the gas station, but the way they navigate the Starbucks, is people come out closer to Highway 74. Otherwise, you see people leave the gas station running into people at Starbucks. It's the exact same predicament you have, except they mediated by pushing Starbucks traffic out towards Highway 74. So maybe there's a way you can work a little less to get a two-lane access point there to kind of help.
I think we'd be open to exploring that. I don't know that with the existing side setbacks, we're already.
I got you.
But I think if you guys are willing to work with us, I don't know if this is possible, but if we can reduce that side setback some, I think we could definitely look at doing a two-way drive. And kind of to Ms. Garner, Commissioner Garner's point, pardon me, earlier, what if that access road, when and if it does end up being built, I think a lot of the traffic flow may opt to jump onto that to bypass Independence in the future.
Right.
And so when they come out, you're more at the midpoint and not having to cut through in front of the Golden Corral's entry point. You're able to kind of escape on the backside of the site. And I realize that's not currently a consideration because that road hasn't been built, but we would love for it to be.
Let's just take a look at it. I'm not opposed to, sharing parking and all those things, but normally you're sharing parking with sort of kind of like mine. This is a car wash, quick turnaround, and then you've got a dining facility, families, kids, scenario, and you're asking this for those two types of traffic to actually move. There's nothing more than a parking lot. to move out. That's automatic. So maybe the whole crowd don't care. I mean, it's capitalism. How about it? But it just seems to.
And John has helped us on our behalf to reach out to the owner of Golden Corral several times. We hosted a meeting. I think it was required, but go ahead.
Well, I don't want. I talked to the guy that owns Mr. Whitfield property. I can't represent to you what his thoughts are, but I talked to him, sent him the plan, and I check exactly. I sent him the plan. The reason I say I can't, he didn't say I love it, or he didn't say either way. So I mean, I'm not gonna make a representation.
They're going to dine in his restaurant.
But on November 7th, after talking to him, I emailed him the version of the plan as of that date. We had our neighborhood meeting on the 17th of November. He couldn't make it. He lives like 5 hours away. I emailed him the presentation on the 18th. And then I emailed him the most recent plan on March 9th. Told him the hearing is tonight. So here again, I've got the plan, but I can't represent you what his thoughts are. Sure.
Any further questions from the on the town board? Commissioner Whitman.
Thank you, Mayor. John, this might help. What happens, and what you're asking, what happened there is coming in where it is, and I'm familiar with the Golden Corral parking lot as well. What happens is you come in through the main drive, there's a 2-line staging area at the far end. Go where you need to pay, whichever ones you want to get. And they spread off and they go one at a time. And on the upper end, it's close to 74. The single line that they come out, it's a one-way alley. Most times there's a lane say vacuum or exit. And so you can do one of two things. You can come out of the wash and leave, or you can put it to one of these 29 stalls. Take your time as long as you want to, because I think in most car wash, you get a certain price, you get free back. So you stay so. But when they come out, then they can come out with a single line. And I'm looking at it on here to come out single line. What Gina was asking about, where the cars come in and out and exit, going back out to 74. But it's off the road and it's good distance, but it is a 2-line staging area. And if it's better that way, then it can be staging area. When you come in, it's back it out.
Oh, and I see that. I see they get cars with the backing line. Not the cars has to not be back to the parking lot. Where as everybody else, they left out of the apparatus and they right to get back and say, well, I get that. I'm just talking about the backing aspect of this thing. If Golden Corral doesn't have a problem with it, and we're also by that's your prerogative, but just like you're inviting.
Any further questions or comments from the town board? Any questions or comments from the planning board? Sir.
With the sign display, how can you tell which is Red Lobster's entrance and which is where you go to get your car washed?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure where the sign is. Oh, it's actually,
Chase may, I don't know that we put together a directional signage plan yet. I don't think we have, but we will have directional signs on site that are directing traffic to say, here's where you go in, here's where you come out. If you want to get a vacuum, take that left after the tunnel. If you're like me, run through the wash, might vacuum once every 3 months, but I'm kind of the in and out customer that the Commissioner Whit was talking about.
I don't know how much time you've spent on 74, but when you go by there, you're running about 50 or more. And it'd be real easy to, where the heck is the, do I go to the car wash? They're gonna see the restaurant, but the car wash is gonna sneak up on them.
Typically, we try to get the biggest time that we can. per municipal code, of course. So we like the big tall signs if we're allowed. If not, we do the monument wherever we're allowed in the municipality. But we do try, that's one of the things we strive for. I'm very adequate.
Would anybody in the audience care to speak in favor or against this application? Do you have anybody online that would care to speak in favor or against this application? All right, we can close the public hearing and send this to the planning board for their meeting on March 28th. Come back to us on April 10th.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
And contrary to the clock in the back of the room, we're past 10 o'clock. Not like 5 there, so we need to reconvene our regular meeting. So moved. Before we do that, I'm sorry. Let's continue the remainder, E, F, G. F and G. So moved.
Second.
Hunter, all in favor? That's unanimous, and now we will. The motion to reconvene our regular meeting. So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Poole, second by Commissioner Harner, all in favor? I'll stand in our regular meeting. We'll go on to our planning development business for this evening. 8A. First, we'll take the planning board report from Chair Jim Johnson.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. Got the planning board report from our meeting on February 28th. We had 2 items, one for action and one just for your information only. For action, you have zoning application 2022-749 in Matthews. Change the zoning from RBS R15 to MUD, RBS SRM, CMF, bunch of stuff. On that certain 82+ acre site located at the intersection of Stallings and Ottawa Road and the I-45 interchange. And being designated as a lot of tax parcels as well. I don't think I need to read them all. So we did deliberate this. The members voted 6-1 to recommend approval of the Pappas development zoning application. The development team reviewed the updated site plans, elevations, and the increased attainable housing program. Members of the planning board found the request to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it would provide a variety of housing styles and densities increasing as they approach I-45. The entire area is connected by a comprehensive street and walkway system and includes public gathering spaces. The change in zoning was found reasonable in that it would provide for well-designed mixed-use development while buffering the existing neighborhood, providing transportation improvements to mitigate increased usage. The other item for your information only was pretty important to me because I like Dunkin' Donuts. So it is an administrative amendment to allow them to redesign their exterior. They're going through a branding period. The planning board approved a request by Dunkin' Donuts for exterior renovations that included updated building finishes, a new canopy at the existing drive-through, the existing awnings refinished, some brick finishes to be painted, replacement of building signage, and the parking lot was to be sealed and restriped. Also, the drive-through equipment was to be updated. The request was preserved, was found to be consistent with the Matthews land use plan because it was maintain and preserve the commercial character of the Independence Boulevard corridor. The change was found reasonable and that proposed renovations do not significantly impact the original rezoning. Take any questions?
Mr. Johnson, do we have any questions? Commissioner Garner.
The one vote against this project, as I understood it, was the infrastructure. Were there particular concerns about the infrastructure?
I'm pretty sure that the traffic, that's the infrastructure you're talking about, was pretty much on everyone's mind. One of the things that Iowa has obviously is a huge traffic problem. And so Jonathan didn't feel it was ready for that. The rest of the board, I know how I feel personally. I know it's going to create some pain, but there's a lot of improvements that are going to be done on that corridor by Mr. Pappas. And so there's going to be a lot of help to get to 45, I believe, from his
is a development. So to some degree, I believe that you'll be mitigating.
The traffic impact analysis has not been updated at that point.
I don't recall they had a final TIA or not. That would be, maybe Mr. Pappas can mention
I'm
that.
sorry, I need to speak. I've been sitting in the audience on the other side of this, and I understand that everybody has a lot of comments up in there, but I can't hear, I don't have it.
Again, I think the TIA was finished at that point, but I can't. At the day of the meeting, this was the final TIA was submitted.
So can you, you said you all have concerns about the traffic or had concerns.
We have concerns in Matthews about traffic. I think about every road. I even brought up the fact that East John has got a huge traffic problem, and we're roughly doing the same thing with Lat Purser at that same corner. At this point, we're not making any improvements to John Street either. So it's
Right.
going to be an issue.
Were they giving you traffic numbers?
I
Yeah, no one?
don't recall any particular numbers that they were showing us at the time.
Because we're good to familiar with John Street. John Street has 23,000 cars a day. I run this 13,000. Right. So it concerns me when I hear that there are traffic problems and there's not a base number to go on. So I want to make sure that I fully understand. But you guys understood it, right?
Other questions, Mr. Johnson? Not seeing any. Thank you, sir. We'll move on to item D, zoning application 2022-749 Sante Matthews. To change the zoning from RBS and R15 to MUD, RBS, BHCD on that certain 82+ acre site located at the intersection of Stallings and Ottawa Road, the I-485 interchange, and being designated as tax parcels 215-141-05-09-08-19-06 and 215-151-01-02-03-11-73-78-79 and 5 and 215-141-07 further identified as 14704 Ottawa Road. Staff will report from making that.
I'm glad you said all of that. I'm going to go through what's happened since you have a public hearing, and actually kind of what's happened since the planning board as well. So since the public hearing, the applicant has revised the site plan. They removed the drive-through at the proposed roundabout, and they limited themselves to 2 total drive-throughs. They reoriented the 2 drive-throughs to better frame the entryway to the community. They committed to 2 additional affordable units. We had asked for some micro-transit stops, and they added those. They provided additional screening and landscaping along the front edge of the grocery store, again, at our request. They limited the uses within the zoning districts, and I gave you a screenshot of that, and they limited it by 1 more since then. They took out contractor's office, and that's the only change since then. They limited the occupancy of the age targeted units to 55+ for the first 3 years of the project. They have continued to work with us on notes. There was some discussion earlier about, how do we guarantee they're going to do the things that they say they're going to do on the notes. They're continuing to work on the transportation improvements, but a lot of those will be further refined as NCDOT continues to develop their plans. There are 2 state roads involved here, and as you know, they're designing a roundabout, so there's up in the air. We, right up until Friday afternoon, we're working on notes for the project, and we have very extensive notes. There was an update posted, I believe, today that had some more minor changes, including removing the contractor's office. A lot of the notes that are in there say, per the town and NCDOT, as NCDOT further refines their plans. So we've got a lot of that laid out in there. We don't know exactly maybe what's happening, but that's only because they haven't completed their plans yet. I think those are the major changes. As we said, the planning board did recommend approval of this fixed plan. The related town goals these are actually from our strategic plan. be a well-planned multimodal transportation system, walkable and bike community, expanded park and open space system, and properly managed growth and development. And our recommended motion is to approve zoning application 2022-749. And planning staff feels strongly that the applicant has worked hard to make sure that the project closely mirrors the vision outlined in the Eastern Gateway Plan, but also just about every request we had of them. They were able to discuss it with us and really made an effort to get as close as they could to exactly what we wanted.
All right, are there any questions for Ms. Bennett? Down board.
And of course, the applicant is here if you have any further, I can probably give you more specifics on.
I have a question for Ms. Bennett. I have maybe sort of a general question that maybe for Susan, if she can answer it, or I know that Mayor Reed had talked about this as sitting members of the CRT. I did not have time. I was going through the petition for the past 2 days. Not had time to find the CRT. The question is about the roundabout and its location, the realignment of Stallings Road. So I want to be, I'm curious, because if I remember correctly, our DOT engineer said that the roundabout is better situated at Davis Trace, and that is where they will put the roundabout, as well as the realignment of Stallings Road.
And I did confirm that with a lengthy discussion with Division 10 NCDOT engineer Brett Knight about a week ago. So,
yeah, I want verification that that is in fact the plan, whether it is with this or in the future.
That's a great question, and thank you for asking that. The plans have not been designed, right? So I can't pull it up for you, but with recent conversations with Brett Knight and Sean Epperson of Division 10, they are saying they do prefer Davis Trace because of separation from the interchange.
And generally speaking, because it's not designed.
It's not designed.
I don't want to put you in a corner and make you say something. Generally speaking, when they purchase property for right of way, is there sort of an approach that they take, or
Yeah, so purchase of property on DOT roads follows a federal process, which includes fair market value, negotiations, accurate measurements, those sort of things.
I guess I'm more curious if they would make the alignment the same as this current, as in this project, or if it would be, you're not.
You know, because we haven't developed a project with them, it's hard to say, but because they prefer the alignment that Davis Trace, then that would mean realigning Stallings Road or building that new road alignment or similar.
I also tried to find in CRTPO documents because I've heard numerous times throughout this process that Idlewild Road was supposed to be widened for things. I was told that there is at some point in an indefinite future that there will be a wide, they foresee that at some point it would be wide, right? It has not met the traffic numbers to trigger going into a planning process or to make it to the tip.
So there's several factors that go into it. So remember, when we do CARPO planning, we start off with the MTP, which is all the projects that we want for LA Trinity. And then from there, there's sport, traffic being one of them, congestion factors. There's lots of different factors, and that gets narrowed down to the CTP. And then from the CTP, they figure out how much money do we really have, and then that is the STIP. So yeah, in the MTP, Idlewild is there, but at 13,000 ADT, that's a pretty low volume for a wide project.
I have been struggling sort of to quantify some of the questions that we've received because I do live on John Street. So I pulled out into that's the first day. I know the main traffic. So what I hear you saying is traffic is maybe subjective, and what some people feel is painful, other people feel not painful.
I'm not exactly saying that. I think the threshold where we start looking at a 4-lane road as opposed to a 2-lane road is between 18,000 and 24,000. So that's when, you know, the DOT would start thinking about widening. And as you can see on this diagram, it's shown as 4 lanes as part of the roundabout project.
And then, but then it tapers off into,
That's right.
because it hasn't made it to that planning process. To trigger the need for a 4-lane road.
To the west. To the west.
Okay, I just want it to be clear that Idlewild is not a 4-lane road. It has not met that threshold yet for NCDOT. That we have seen improvements to 485 and to 74 that seem to take cars in that direction rather than the Idlewild. I believe if I looked at the numbers correctly, that that's what I understand. Do you see that traffic modeling?
I haven't particularly looked at that specifically as taking away from Idlewild Road. We do know that the majority of the traffic on Idlewild Road is around the interchange and on the Stanley side as people are coming from Union County and picking up 485 to go into Charlotte. But some are continuing through on Idlewild Road, which is probably volumes of residents are seeing.
Okay, and let me ask you one more question. Let me see if I can find it. It was something from sorry, I should have had this pulled up. It's about level of service. Could you explain level of service and what that means in the CIA? Just what the phrase level of service sort of means.
Level of service is a measure of the capacity of an intersection. And typically, so think about level service A, you don't really have to wait. At a traffic signal, you wait, that's a level of service. C or D is acceptable. So level of service A doesn't mean you get perfect scores and you get a star from your teacher. It just means it's not as much traffic, not as much resistance. So it is A through F, and there are varying seconds of delay. I'm sure Brady has them memorized. I do not, as far as how much delay you experience when you approach an intersection. So stop controlled intersections have different level of service than a signalized intersection.
So the information I have says that Stallings Road is stop sign controlled and is a level of service F for both AM and PM peak hour. Getting an F means you're waiting a while to go with that stop sign.
Not sure how many seconds would you like Brady to come up to speak more in detail about levels?
I'll ask him later. I've got a lot of transportation questions.
And that would be at a specific intersection, not the whole entire corridor.
Yes, this is at Stallings Road stop.
Stop sign at what? Currently at
Yes.
Idlewild. Okay.
Yes, Stallings stop sign at Idlewild. With these improvements that are being proposed, the planned roundabout. If I make sure I'm looking at this, is projected to be a level of service B in the morning and a level of service C in the evening. So are there, do you know of any like level of service intersections that are speak that relate to that?
For roundabouts or any intersections? I'm sure Brady can rattle off a bunch of them. But as we discussed, if we're comparing roundabouts, as we discussed previously, that is way different than what you currently experience at 51 in Idlewild. right? Because the volumes are so much more of other roundabouts. So level service fee is what, 20 seconds delay? I mean, it's not a lot of delay. In the AMP roads. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Bennett? Or Susan?
So, Susan, I had asked about erosion control items. Is that brought to your attention, or I need to address that to the petitioner?
That one, I can't remember exactly what it said, but,
Approach the microphone, please.
that is in the updated notes. I can't remember exactly what it says, but it was specifically, you talked to CJ, was it?
Then I'll-
It was specifically what he requested in.
Any other questions for staff? There's a presentation.
Mayor Higdon and members of the Matthews Town Council, thank you again for the numerous meetings and discussions we've had concerning our rezoning petition. Those have led, in our estimation, to a much better plan. Through that process, we've gotten to know many of the neighborhood leaders in Matthews, the members of your planning staff, the planning board, and each of you. And we now, I think, have a very good understanding of the goals for the town of Matthews. We don't wish to make a presentation, but maybe just to make a few comments and highlight a few things that have occurred over the last 2 weeks that have improved the plan, and in specific, some transportation commitments. Now, our plan follows the Matthews Eastern Gateway Plan. Our plan provides a variety of housing types, including 24 attainable units as part of the development. Our plan is focused on a wellness-focused amenity package for our residents. And as a good bit of the discussion this evening has been about transportation, we are making some significant infrastructure commitments that will allow for better mobility in this area. Those include the realignment of Stallings Road from its current location to the intersection with Davis Trace, as NCDOT has requested, which moves it much further from the I-485 Idlewild Road interchange. This is going to improve the level of service and the safety of the intersection. We also have included a detailed phasing commitment to our project. And just to maybe walk through that for a minute, our commitment is that only the detached for sale housing, the townhomes and single family homes, along with the wellness center, can open prior to the completion of the road improvements. The road improvements, as outlined in our proposal, include the completion of the roundabout and associated pedestrian improvements, the relocation of Stallings Road to the roundabout, the widening of Idlewild Road and associated pedestrian improvements, and the additional off-site improvements as outlined in our TIA. So the concept of the development moving ahead of the road improvements is not possible because we have added that note to our plan, and those road improvements have to be made before the balance of the project could open. The other thing I'd like to mention here briefly, if I could, because I think the staff has done a good job already outlining the other commitments that we've made between the last public meeting and tonight, is just that our team, Jim Schumacher and Tom Walsh, who are here with me, have met with all 3 neighborhood associations along Idlewild Road in the last week. That includes the Davis Trace and Brooks Knoll communities, the Stillwell community, and the Courtyards. As part of those meetings, we received letters with detailed requests from each neighborhood association, and we have responded to each neighborhood association with the following commitments. First, we'll support their request with the NCDOT to design and construct the roundabout without any impact or as little impact as possible on the existing decorative features at the entrance to their neighborhoods. We're committed to donating the right-of-way on our property for all these improvements. Should the state's final design impact the entrance features to those neighborhoods, The state is required by law to compensate the neighborhoods for those damages and replace the features as they were. Should there be any gap in the replacement cost of what NCDOT provides, Pappas Properties will commit up to $25,000 to each neighborhood to fill that gap. We've also committed to additional funding for landscape improvements, a total of $30,000 on the northeast and northwest intersection of the roundabout. We also have committed to support the neighbors' request that NCDOT improve the safety of the entry onto Idlewild Road from Hooks Road and Barney Drive. We also will support the neighbors' request that the state plans include a traffic control plan during construction that minimizes the impact and inconvenience of the roadway construction. And we will support their request with NCDOT to reduce the speed limit on Idlewild Road to 35 miles per hour. Additionally, as it relates to the Stillwell community, we have committed to a 4 to 5 foot wall along the at the rear of the 15-foot landscape buffer. And we've committed, as it relates to the courtyards community, to increase the height of the berm. So I wanted to outline those additional commitments that were made to each of the neighborhoods since your last meeting. I think in closing, what I would say is that, this has certainly been a long process, and it's, this is it's a large project, but the project, the fundamentals of this project started with how do we create a multi-generational community with a variety of housing types? We delivered on that. How do we improve the transportation network? We delivered on that. How do we preserve as much open space as possible? I think this plan delivers on that. And I think what we're most proud of is the attainable housing program that we brought forth with the 24 units, some of which are for sale and some of which are for lease. So in closing, I want to thank the members of the community that have worked very positively with me and my team and our consultants during this process. Also like to thank the planning board for their recommendation of approval of our petition, which aligns well with our understanding of the vision that the town of Matthews has for this area of your community. And last but certainly not least, thank all of you on the town council and Mayor Higdon for the significant time and energy that you put into this process. As we have said from the start, if our plan is approved, our team at Pappas Properties will use all our best resources to make Sante Matthews an asset to the town and to its residents. So thank you very much for that.
Any questions for Mr. Pappas? Ms. Hoover? Commissioner Hoover? I'm sorry, Commissioner
It's either a technical question. So after I had him talk to CJ O'Neill, our public works director, I wanted to get clarification about increased erosion control, retention, conversation, options for increasing erosion control as follows: adding, they call PAM, which is polyacrylamide scientist, and adding a flocculant to sediment ponds, and also a conversation about doubling rows of silt fence adjacent to streams to help with off-site sedimentation. I think you did preface this, please note, sometimes it was a little orange, but basically what I've heard from you earlier was you're willing to make these improvements in the erosion control aspects of it, as evidence that we've had significant problems in and around town, projects under construction.
Let me let Jim Shoemaker just walk through those, but yes, we're prepared to make those commitments, and I think that's been given to the staff, Jim, that you can clarify.
Yes, that's right. Adding the PAM, sure I can say the full word, but that and a flocculant to the sedimentation. The flocculant is a chemical that causes the silt particles to gather together and get heavier and therefore settle out more quickly. And using a double line of silt fence along existing streams.
Commissioner Hoover, do you have a comment or a question? Okay. there any further questions for Mr. Pappas or anybody else? Regarding.
Mr. Pappas, how committed are you to the name Sante? Is there something with the local restaurant?
There is, and we apologize to the family that owns that restaurant, our oversight. I think we said when we first met with you, if our project's approved, we will change the name. And so that commitment still stands. Certainly didn't mean to inconvenience them with any confusion.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for the Pappas team? Seeing none. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Herbert, do you have a comment?
Okay, I have read every email and letter sent to me, and I understand your concerns. When I hear a constituent say their First Amendment right has been violated, this commissioner, this public servant takes that very seriously. So in doing so, I have contacted the Duke Law First Amendment team, and I would like to read the letter they responded with. Please bear with me here. I'll read it slow so we can understand it correctly. Dear Mayor Hickman and Board of Commissioners, Town of Matthews, it has come to our attention that some citizens of the Town of Matthews concerned that their right to participate in a public hearing concerning the zoning change application has been unfairly curtailed. Public hearing concerned the Sante Matthews development, a proposed mixed-use development that was discussed November 14th, 2022, December 12th, 2022, January 9th, 2023, and February 13th, 2023 Board of Commissioners meeting, and February 28th, 2023 Planning Board meeting. There were two public comment opportunities at the board meeting during the zoning change public hearing and during the general purpose public comment period, limited to 5 minutes per speaker. As we understand it, the following rule was announced in the agenda for the public hearing on December 12, 2022. It applied to public participation regarding Sante Matthews zoning change application. The Board of Commissioners welcome comments and participation in this public hearing. As a reminder, be respectful to the neighbors and keep the comments brief. Everyone has the opportunity to speak. If you plan to speak during a hearing and the speaker before you has already expressed your comments, we ask that you come to the podium, state your name, address, and that you agree with this. Speakers. Lastly, if you spoke during the November 14th public hearing, you are to refrain from speaking again during the public hearing. In other words, any citizen who spoke about the development at the November 14, 2022 meeting was asked not to speak again, but the development for the remainder of the zoning change application process, notwithstanding the changes made to the plan development and regardless of any changes to the citizens' opinion of the development. This understanding of participation rule is confirmed by a March 8, 2023 memorandum to the mayor from Charles Buckley, the town's attorney. Quote, people who chose to speak on November 14, 2022 were not allowed to speak during the continued period of time. People who spoke at their own risk as to whether the subject of the public hearing would change before the public hearing was terminated. End quote. Free speech. We know several free speech concerns in the town's quote one-time speaking end quote rule. The North Carolina Supreme Court has squarely held that the right to petition the government is fundamental. It's protected by both the United States and North Carolina constitutions. In that speech at the public hearing on zoning matters is protected petitioning activity. Cheryl Lloyd Humphrey Land Development LLC versus Resco Productions. Case law. Limiting the number of times that any citizen can speak at a continued public hearing, town has placed restrictions on this fundamental right. By opening board meetings for public comment, the town has created, at the very least, a designated public forum for speech on matters of public concern. Union versus City of Shaker Heights. Goulart versus Meadows. Under long established First Amendment laws, government entities are, quote, strictly limited, end quote, to their ability to regulate private speech in a public forum. Pleasant Grove City, Utah versus Summit. The government may impose reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on speech in a designated public forum, but such restrictions must be content neutral, narrowly tailored to serve a significant government interest and to be open and alternative channels for communications of information. See period ed versus period local educators. Ward versus Rock against racism. Spectacle, time, place, manner regulations include, for example, decibel limitations on public performances, which limit the volume of speech but impose no restrictions on its content, quantity. See Board US at 802. It is doubtful that the quote one-time speaking end quote role can be justified as a content neutral restriction on the time, place, or manner of speech. To be content neutral, a speech regulation must be justified without content of speech. Reed versus Town of Gilbert. Here, the one-time limitation is triggered by the continuance of a particular issue, such as the Santee Matthews zoning change application. Thus, the subject matter of the speech change, zoning change application triggers the application of the one-time rule, and it cannot be considered content neutral. The one-time speaking rule also imposes a limit on the quantity of speech that a citizen may engage in on any given public issue. Quantity limitations cannot be justified as restrictions on the time of speech, which typically involve restrictions on the duration of public comment, or in the case of speech in public parks, or the time of day that people can engage in loud public demonstration. Even if viewed as a content neutral restriction, one-time speaking rule is not, quote, narrowly tailored, end quote, to serve a significant purpose, does not create ample alternative channels for communication. According to Mr. Buckley, the purpose of the one-time speaking rule is to, quote, promote efficient and effective government and an orderly conduct of business, end quote. However, rule burdens subsequently more speech than is justified by a desire to conduct efficient public meetings on significant and controversial issues. If the board cannot accommodate the amount of time that would be necessary for all interested parties to speak, the board can create reasonable and fair rules to provide equal access by citizens to the time allotted public comment. See Garlock versus Wayne City, the Board of Education. A fair and effective way to ascertain the views of the public, yet having time allotted to hearing public comment, is to do what the town already does, to request citizens not to restate content of prior speakers, but instead to simply indicate their agreement with the speaker's position. Another possibility would be to ask groups of citizens to designate people to speak on their behalf. For example, when 500 citizens attend a public hearing on the adoption of the zoning for Chapel Hill Township, chair allotted 1 hour each of the proponents and opponents of the zoning ordinance, with each side also having 15 minutes for rebuttal. Procedure gave, quote, clear opportunity, end quote, for citizens on both sides of the issue to be heard. One-time speaking rule also fails to provide alternative channels for communications with the board. In addition to speaking at public meetings, citizens can make their opinions known by communicating directly with the mayor and board members. These modes of communications are the equivalent to speaking in public to this number four. There is no guarantee that private emails will be opened or read. Such emails are not entered into the record for review by other members of the public. Private communications do not have the same signaling effect as speaking aloud in a recorded public meeting. Finally, the one-time speaking rule is not codified anywhere in town's ordinance. It is especially important that rules governing speech and expression be written clearly, specifically to give fair warning to avoid chilling speech. BOC March versus United States. We have taken special care to insist on fair warnings when the statute is ready to make expression and expression in value. Mr. Buckley refers to one-time speaking rule as quote standing rule input, but fails to identify when and where such rule was adopted by the town. Not only does the rule lack the procedural backing of a formal resolution adopted by the board, but it appears to have subjectively inconsistently applied. For example, in 2018, zoning change application for the 686 Brook Chase development, the Board of Commissioners minutes from August 13, 2018, September 10, 2018, October 8, 2018, and November 12, 2018, indicating that certain members of the public were allowed to speak multiple times on the matter, even if it was continued. At a minimum, quote, one-time speaking, end quote, rule should be formally adopted by the board before it can be applied to limit of speech. Statutes governing public meetings. We also note that the one-time speaking rule is likely not authorized by the North Carolina statutes governing public comment at public hearings and regular board meetings. North Carolina General Statute 168-81 and 168-81.1. These statutes authorize town boards to adopt reasonable rules governing the conduct of public hearing and the public comment period of a regular meeting and enumerate the non-exhaustive list of reasonable rules. For example, board can provide maximum time limit for each speaker to speak at a public hearing or during the public comment portion of a regular meeting. Further, the statute authorized the board to continue a public hearing under circumstances. The statute does not authorize maximum time limits on public comment per issue, and nothing in the statute states that the legislature intended to authorize a one-time speaking rule to be adopted for a public hearing that might be continued several times and therefore last for several months. Finally, nothing in the statute suggests that towns are authorized to adopt rules that abridge the freedom of speech. Mr. Buckley suggests that Heaton versus City of Charlotte permits the one-time speaking rule and erases concerns about forestalling public comment after a developer has made alterations to a zoning change application. In Heaton, the court specifically noted that, quote, all parties were given ample opportunity to be heard, end quote. At the initial hearing on the application, it then held that, quote, no further notice or hearing is required after the property is advertised and properly conducted public hearing when the alteration of the initial proposal is unsustainable, end quote. Heaton can district from the fact in this situation because, importantly, all parties were not given, quote, ample opportunity to be heard, end quote. At the initial public hearing about Santan Matthews, held from the November 2022 meeting to the February 2023 meeting, citizens of Matthews are not asking to be heard in a separate hearing, but rather to be heard in the same continued hearing. Applications of the one-time speaking rule prevents their full participation in continued hearing. Town ordinances. The one-time speaking rule and this tension with the ordinances adopted by the town of Matthews. In general, these codified rules tend to favor rather than restrict public participation in the town governance. For example, instead of adopting a maximum time limit for each speaker at a public hearing, town assistant staff has announced that, quote, comments on public hearing items are not limited in duration length, end quote. Town of Matthews Board of Commissioners regular meeting agenda, December 12, 2022. One-time speaking rule thus appears to violate town's own provision on participation in public hearing. If a public hearing is continued and speaker is not finished speaking on that night and is prevented by the one-time rule from speaking at a continued portion of the public hearing at the next regular board meeting, rule has effectively limited that speaker's comments and duration of that. A review of the town of Matthews ordinances on zoning map changes and amendments inquiry simply shows no intent to limit citizen input. Section 15.401.1C provides that any person, quote, any person desiring to speak either for or against an application may be present at the public hearing or arrange for a suitable agent to speak in its behalf, end quote. Section 155.401.1B permits a public hearing to be continued to a later date. Quote, to provide opportunity for proposed text, additional notes, side plan, details, or other unresolved issues to be presented and clarified during the open public session. End quote. It is difficult to square the one-time speaking rule with section 155.401.1.B and C, which allows, quote, any person, end quote, to speak in favor or against zoning change application, and which requires an open public session to present and clarify issues that could not be resolved during the initial session of public hearing. The public cannot meaningfully be involved in the process of clarifying unresolved issues if they are prevented from speaking at any continued period of the hearing simply because they spoke at a previous period of the hearing. The uncodified one-time speaking rule should give way to the town's reported ordinance to allow for the public to fully understand and clarify any resolved issues during the public hearing. Open meeting law. The open meetings law may also be infringed by one-time speaking rules. In North Carolina's open meeting law requires proper notice of time and place for regular scheduled meetings. North Carolina General Statute 143-318.12. Any changes to time or place must be communicated before meeting to give citizens the opportunity to learn about them. The notice must also include, quote, any information reasonably necessary to give members of the public and the opportunity to attend the meeting, end quote. Here, the citizens of the town of Matthews who attend the November 14, 2022 board meeting will provide no advance notice of the one-time speaking rule as in Garlic. Citizens would not have had any advance notice of this rule. It was not included in the November 14, 2022 meeting. The agenda was not announced until the agenda of December 12, 2022 meeting. Without advance notice of this rule, citizens could not properly plan for the November 14, 2022 meeting or any subsequent meetings while the public hearing was continued. For example, citizens may have made plans to speak at the November meeting and taken time off, or rearrange plans to attend this meeting. However, they may not have done this if they had known that it's true only once. Instead, citizens have preferred to arrange different plans and attend subsequent meetings to see if any changes were made in the initial proposal, or whether questions from the November meeting were answered at a subsequent meeting in effect. Town announced the one-time speaking rule without proper notice. The members of the public did not have the information necessary to decide which meeting to attend, which violates the notice provision of the North Carolina Open Meeting Law. There are a series of significant remedies for certain violations of the Open Meetings Law, North Carolina General Statute 143-318.16a. The court may declare an action taken in violation of the Open Meetings Law to be, quote, null and void, end quote. As a result, the town of Matthews is vulnerable to attack for violating the North Carolina Open Meetings Law if they approve the Santana Matthews zoning change application without permitting full and fair opportunity for public comment. In conclusion, citizens of Matthews have an overwhelming desire to speak about the Santana Matthews zoning change application. That should be an indicator to the board of the significance of the issue and the importance of allowing robust public debate. Free speech, right? Something that can, in words of Mr. Buckley, be put, quote, at risk by the application of an uncodified, quote, standing rule, end quote. The imposition of arbitrary limits on the quantity of citizen speech and public matters run contrary to the very purpose of the First Amendment, which is to facilitate democratic self-governance. We hope that the board will honor the desire of its citizens, participate in the future of their own town by allowing them to fully participate in the Santee Matthews zoning change application hearing. Thank you for your time and attention to these concerns. If you have any questions regarding the topics addressed to this letter, we would happily provide additional clarification. Good law, First Amendment clinic. So with all this being said, I would like to make a motion to deny application 2022-749 Santee Matthews.
Received this about 45 minutes. I think it's incredibly disingenuous. So anybody on this board that I'm aware of, they didn't talk to our town attorney, they didn't talk to our town manager. They have many things that were said in the letter are not factual or based in fact at all. I'm 100% positive that nobody's First Amendment rights were violated. Everybody got an opportunity to speak. Certainly heard you. You spoke again tonight. Nobody's First Amendment rights were violated. So
is that fair?
this is the way we have done business in this town for the last 50 years. So it makes it in this case,
Let me let Pastor Whitley go first.
Thank you so much. To the citizens, I want to thank you for your input, for your First Amendment right. As a person of color, I know how important it is to be able to voice your opinion. I want to just speak just a little bit and to the point. I moved to this town in 1988 as a state trooper. And I patrolled this area and I lived in your neighborhood, all of you in the surrounding area. I looked for home in this area. I'm not going to take you much time because 5 months, 4 hours is a long time. Now, what I see is a problem that I agree with you. Traffic is a problem, not only in Matthews, but in the state of North Carolina. NCDOT has a problem. But in that problem, when I first moved to this area, I moved from Waysburg to here, and Matthews was country. It was country. It wasn't attached to Charlotte. We moved over here because it was country. 35 years ago, I sold a house in Anson County for $85,000 and moved up here to try to find something comparable to that price, only to find out the houses in Matthews was $150,000 to what I sold in Waysburg. What are you saying, Pastor? I'm glad you asked. What I'm saying is this is citizens, that all of you at some point did not start off where your home is today. I know my wife and I, when we first got married 51 years ago, we had a baby. We could not afford a home. And as so many of you have said already, you can't afford a home here in Matthews now, whether you're at your age now. If you had to buy a house, it's $430,000 the average home. The homes that you're living in now with the half-acre, quarter-acre lot, couldn't afford it today, but you got it back then. So, Mr. Santee, I want to thank you for listening to every HOA president. I heard them. Listen to all of your concerns. I've been to several of your meetings growing, but I listen to you, and I want you to understand I hear what you're saying. And I know your concerns. I moved over there because of the country. 485 came here. 51 bypass came here. The hospital came here. Butler High School will be here. What are you saying, Pat? What I'm saying is this to you, the citizens, is this. Change is inevitable. I know you don't want to hear that, but it was. You might not believe it, but I had an afro at one point. Change took care of all of that. The two mayors that are with you tonight sit on this board. They knew what traffic was then. It hasn't changed. It's not that we don't hear you. What we're saying is that the time is moving. We cannot hold up progress for the sake of traffic. Now, Mr. Pappas has stated to you, the NCDOT has said that you're going to get a roundabout. That's going to happen. He is elevated so that we can move traffic. Now, I am retired 30 years with the North Carolina Highway Patrol as a captain. I've served this area for 11 years, almost 30-something years, protecting you as a citizen. That's why I moved here. So I'm going to make a substantive motion to Commissioner Hoover's motion that we approve zoning application 2022 as 749 for approval. It has been found consistent with the Matthews Land Plan, following the consistent zoning consent with the land use plan because it has been proven to verify housing style, density increase as it approached I-485. Interest area connected by the comprehensive street, walkway system and include public gathering. It is reasonable that the zoning within that is provided will allow mixed-use development while buffering the existing neighborhood and provide transportation improvement to the modern increase in use. Thank you so much.
And we have a substitute motion from Commissioner Whitley. Do we have a second?
Second.
I will vote. I was going to second it, but the.
Mr. Toronto?
There's a story I need to tell you. It's a very important story. In this very room 4 years ago, there was a planning conference going on. I was the only citizen in that room. I happened to have a tape recorder that day. Why I did. But the mayor at that time and all of the commissioners, including some of the staff, some of the people who are still sitting on this dais today, voted to restrict freedom of speech. There was only one person who stood up against it. That person was vehemently against what they were trying to do. As a matter of fact, he even said, "You are going to scare the hell out of these people." I fell in love with that guy that night. And I want to tell you who he is. This man right here, John Higdon.
Flattery will get you nowhere.
He and I became friends, and I did everything I could, along with his effort and his family, to get him elected. And he's been a good mayor. But I know how important freedom of speech is to him, and I know how important it is to me. And John, I'm just going to talk to you personally right now. I know it's not protocol, but I wish that John would come back tonight. Thank you.
Well, in response to that, what the freedom of speech that was being tried to be restricted was having the public be critical of those of us up here on the board. That certainly doesn't have to seem to affect too many people. So that's what I was addressing specifically. There was going to be a restriction on allowing our citizens to say critical comments about elected officials. And I absolutely think you should be able to say whatever you want about the elected officials. I'm sure you do and will. I want to talk about my position on this zoning application. After careful considerations and many months of meetings gathering pertinent facts. And I've spoken to many of you separately on the phone and in person. Tonight, I'm going to vote in favor of the Pappas Entry project. I recognize that this project has been hotly debated. I know many of you are very much against it, particularly those that you live in nearby neighborhoods. But we have received opinions both in favor and against the project. I will say that many of your neighbors are scared to come in this antagonistic arena. And we have plenty of letters and supported this, and people that have come in here and spoken. The most popular complaint from those against this is the increase in density over what could be done by right. First, let me point out that this property absolutely will be developed in the very near future, either by approval of this current rezoning application or by right, talked about tonight. The property owners, Sanders, Levine, Stevens, and Substar, along with Mr. Pappas, have agreed to assemble their properties into one master plan piece. It's very rare in Matthews to have this many property owners sign on to an agreed vision for their property. And all have endorsed Mr. Pappas to undertake the development. All have also indicated they are long-term owners and wish to sell their property now. Both in town meetings and in written email exchanges, I've stated what could happen if the property is developed by right. Statements were never intended to scare anyone. They're only to inform you of what could be built on this property. Although no alternate by right plan can be submitted until the Pappas proposal is dispositioned, it is generally agreed that many single family houses could be built on the site's acreage. The only restrictions being what is prescribed in the Matthews Unified Development Ordinance and what was allowed under the previous RVS zoning. This town board would have absolutely zero ability to negotiate anything further regarding the property. Zero. So what have we been able to negotiate with Mr. Pappas over these many months since his initial proposal last August? We've decreased the residential density from the initial 662. It was never 666. I don't know where that came from. But from 662 to 570, that's a 14% decrease in the number of units. We've incorporated the NCDOT roundabout at Davis Trace, Ottawa, and Stallings Road to be mostly or entirely on Pappas property and to be built concurrent with the development, but before occupancy of the rental homes or the commercial properties. We've relocated Stallings Road with the Davis Trace roundabout to create a safer intersection and better traffic flow. We've added 45 for sale detached residential homes directly adjacent to existing Springwater and Windrow neighborhoods. And we've added 2 acres of additional park space to bring the total to 14 acres of park space on this site. For comparison, Stumptown Park is roughly over 2 acres. So nearly 7 Stumptown parks will be located within this development. We've moved all commercial space west of the relocated Stallings Road and extended a pedestrian bike path along Stallings Road to Light Brigade Drive, decreased the proposed grocery store from 64,000 square feet to 54,000 square feet. We've added 15-foot screening buffer along Ottawa Road west of the roundabout, added 24 attainable homes. There are 14 are for lease and 10 for sale. Desperately need those in Matthews. We would not get that in a by right development. We eliminated drive-through use at the roundabout along Ottawa Road. We've added 2 micro transit hubs. We've added additional bicycle parking beyond what's required in UDO. We've added additional screening and landscaping, a restriction on gas and fuel uses. We've incorporated a 3-year commitment from the first certificate of occupancy to lease and market the active adult or lease housing to persons age 55 and older in accordance with the federal fair housing standards. And I can just say for myself, I remember when I was 25, I didn't want to live with a lot of people 55 and older. I think that age restriction will hold up. We've added limitations on drive-through lanes. We've added a commitment to a pitched roof, either partial or full length of the building on the street facing elevation for any building immediately adjacent to the Ottawa Road right of way. And Mr. Pappas, as he mentioned earlier, has made separate commitments to our neighbors in Mint Hill and Davis Trace, Brooks Knoll, Courtyards at Mint Hill, and still will place homeowner associations. He did not have to do any of that, not required. He could just say, no, I'm not doing it. He did it, and for our friends in Mint Hill. The setbacks from the adjacent neighborhoods Added tree safe areas, open spaces, trails, and pathways are all significantly greater in the Pappas plan than what a by right neighborhood would offer. The price of these concessions and amenities is a gentle increase in density. Sante will not be just another collection of houses and neat rows set up on hill and dale with no trees and no amenities, and frankly, little character. If you doubt these are being built with great veracity, I encourage you to get in your car, drive north on 485 towards I-85 and open your eyes and look around. Lots of neighborhoods with the houses built right up to the highway. You know, you had the comment about vinyl flat houses. I don't have anything against vinyl flat houses, but they all look the same. They're all gray, cream, and white as far as you can see. Gets a little, not too attractive. I don't think we want that in Matthews. I lived in a vinyl flat house for over a decade. So I have nothing against vinyl. I'll go vinyl, but I just don't like houses that all look the same. I don't like the trees being removed. Sante will be a vibrant place that adds to the quality of life in Matthews. It'll be a place where economically and socially diverse group of people can settle and call home. I think Sante is a solid plan and it deserves our report. Mr. Bergamy said, would you want that built next to you? Absolutely. I would prefer that than the fire fight. Tell you something, the neighborhood I live in had a neighborhood built right behind it. And if you really need to appreciate setbacks, and the setbacks in the Pappas are significantly greater. If I lived in Windrow, there's no way I would want the houses built right up on top of me in my backyard. Pappas has much larger setbacks, much more tree safe. Absolutely, I would want that. Why would I want houses right on top of me? I would. One final note, Sante will take 5 to 10 years to be fully realized. This neighborhood's not going to sprout up tomorrow. It's going to take a long time, and Matthews remains committed to working with NCDOT to make continued improvements along the corridor during this time. So that's where I stand, and I welcome any other comments. Mayor Tim.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you touched on the affordability aspect of it, and myself and my colleague to the left of me here have been talking about attainable housing for a very long time. It's something that the town has almost ignored for decades. I went through and with the help of Jay Camp finding what's been approved for affordable housing. This is one of the single most, one of the largest private investments in attainable housing in the town's history. There's very few that have this many units and for sale and for rent. This is going to help everyone. You know, Pappas spoke about the teachers, the firefighters, the nurses, the folks who get left behind when we continually approve what can be built here. They won't be able to afford what's built by right, but they'll be able to live in some of these attainable housing. And I want to touch on something the mayor just said is what I want this in my backyard. I'm from a different generation than most of you. I'd love to be able to walk to a grocery store or to a restaurant or to my parents if they're living in a 55+ community. It'd be great. So I'm going to be supporting and voting yes on this project because of those things. And I appreciate everyone's comments. I know it's been a long process and your voices have been heard. We've changed a lot of things in this project because of your guys' voices.
Commissioner Urban.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Just for my edification, some folks have made some comments during public comment period. I want to respond to them very quickly in parliament period minutes, but just for my own edification. For those who live in Winterville, raise their hand. For those who live in Windrow, raise their hand. With those who are not related to Windrow or Mintville, but our staff, planning board members, petitioners of this petition, other petitions, our fire department, police, whoever else is in the raise their hand. Okay, thank you very much. Sound, which
are none of those.
oh, okay, that's fine. I just know that Mintville is well represented. Understood. Where this letter stood. Thank you. It's my turn to speak. Thank you, Mr. Brandmeier. I do appreciate it. I will commend you. Ben Hill has been extremely well engaged. Unfortunately, you're on the other side of the street, but the petitioner has done very well in trying to work with everybody. So this,
I spoke with your mayor this morning.
yeah. So then someone said, well, you know, where do you live and blah, blah, blah. I live approximately the same distance as Crest lives from Springwater to 45. I live from my home, Highway 74. I live behind Windsor Square Shopping Center. I am going to be living with half that distance next to a 350 unit apartment project. I didn't vote for that apartment project. And the reason I didn't vote for that apartment project because it didn't have enough other mixed uses. All I ended up was an apartment project. I didn't get the restaurants. I didn't get the retail. I didn't get the office space. I didn't get any of that. So if anybody wants to say, well, I'm not related at all to what you have, I'm right on top of it. I'm right on top of South Highway 74, right on top of Windsor Square. And now I'm getting just a plain old 350 apartment project. And this goes to Mayor Taylor and Mayor and Commissioner Query. How many times have we heard wrong place and wrong time? You know, if we had $1 for every time we heard that, town would be deep coffers. We heard that with the Greenway. We heard that with McKee Farms. We heard that with Plantation Estates expansion and so on and so on. And I think they've all been great amenities to the town of Matthews for 55 plus and younger. Now, I may lose some friends tonight, and I'm very saddened by that. But so I want to start off with saying I am sorry, deeply sorry for the appearance of ridicule that I may have given to some. If you're not aware of my approach or have never been to a meeting in the last 12 years, you don't know who I am. I'm straightforward, nonsensical. I speak the truth. I get straight at it. And so if someone felt that that was ridicule, I apologize. I don't do political double talk. I don't sugarcoat things, good and or bad. I have no problem being very vocal because it is my business to be very vocal and to do the town's business. I represent 30,000 plus people. I represent you, but I also represent 29,400 others. I know there's a comment about a referendum. We talked about that. Well, vote for that referendum, but I bet odds are it wouldn't pass. Not in the environment of the youth and the people in this town looking to move forward. To Commissioner Woodley's point. So anyway, I don't have quite as many pages as Gina has. Right? But so anyway, we talked about the points about by right zoning. So no more comments about that. It was not a fear tactic. I made a comment about vinyl homes. It was a product in its day. It has clearly been surpassed by superior products. P.S. For those who don't know, my home is partially vinyl, so I can speak directly to the issue. And I don't think anybody in this room, I think I had one person who said, I'd rather have all vinyl homes in this project. So, Mr. Pappas, would you want to convert those all to vinyl homes? I didn't think so. Okay. So, so let's see, focus on, okay. So, first of all, there's commitment to the policy and goals of the town for attainable housing, diversity of housing, and the curtailment of suburban sprawl, which brings the traffic congestion and the pollution that we so desire not to have. Residential living, variety and diversity of types in each residential project in the last 8 years has run the gauntlet of this board and previous boards. We take petitioners to the mat. If you don't think that's the case, ask Mayor Taylor, ask Mayor Query, ask Mayor Bailey, ask Mayor Myers, ask Mayor Hickey. Each one of the last years, I'd say 8 years plus or minus, of housing projects, whether single family home, multifamily, or townhomes, is better than the last one. And you will not find them anywhere else in Medford County because we have demanded a superior product. Quote unquote, you got to knock my socks off. The specific proposal takes the missing middle, which is that housing group that a lot of people just can't get into. It also looks at attainable housing, and it takes it all to another level. There is not a development that I know of in Mecklenburg County that looks at single family homes and They're proposing to use David Weaver, fine, home builder. In townhomes, do duplexes, cottages, 55+ flats. It's a home type called the Big House, which is a 4-plex, 6-plex, single-family home grouped in 4s, kind of like a pinwheel, but it's far more sophisticated in design. You'd see it in Charleston and Savannah and places higher income areas from that standpoint. It's a mix of demographic. There's a mixed-use residential living building in this project. And then, of course, there are market rate apartments, but those apartments have been very well tailored and scaled, 2 stories to 3 stories, in fact, 2 stories, all representative of single family home scale that's going on elsewhere. Not to mention Commissioner McCool's comment about a cannibal component. All these diverse residential living types create a unique community for both the young and the old, first timers and empty nesters. I think someone said, where did you when you started out? And I don't think any of us, I didn't start out dropping down 100 grand to buy a home. I think we started out with probably a duplex or an apartment or a townhome or something like that. That's what keeps the vitality of a community. And we are so deficit on that aspect. So let's see here. So this project is designed to enhance wellness and walkability through the trails, mental health. It's a logical location. If you're going to build any level of density, potential or otherwise, you put it next to the most logical location is I-45. The commercials acting as a buffer, the apartments, and the tails of the single family homes. I don't know where else you would go. It kind of goes back to not here, one place, one time. In doing projects of this nature, it limits or reduces options. So again, the person can live there, work there, and play there. That car's down the road as much as the person you got out in Union County has got to drive through every day. The design is meeting certain sustainable principles, smart growth, green principles, all the things that we're all looking to do, and we all realize that the younger generation is demanding more sustainability and more green principles. Communities like this, they save fuel, they reduce daily trips, they create a diversity and synergy that supports a healthy community, and responds to the need of. Hold on 1 second, I have this. That here. So, first of all, it responds to the need of the recently released Matthews Housing Needs Assessment Study, just released, although we've been getting snippets for the last year about the need for housing, attainable housing, and a variety of housing types. Then we have, I know opponents argue you're going to lower the value on single family homes. People who live in apartments are less desirable and engage in crime. Talk about that a little bit. They overburden schools. Incidentally, item exhibit number 2 here, CMS. Although there is a slight overcrowding of the middle and high school, we do not anticipate this development will heavily impact student numbers in this area. I think Jay Camp will be the first one to attest that we have never received a report of this development. And they also made a notation that this happens to be the only area that the utilization rates are coming down because of the Bain Elementary was relieved due to the opening of a new school in Mint Hill. And so there's a lot of activity going on in school construction. So that's that. There is the competency opponents will say, well, density creates traffic. And I can go on and on with these conversations, but I will point you to the next exhibit. May have, pardon me, but Joint Center for Housing Studies at Harvard University, where they take each one of those points and talks to the issue of traffic, talks to the issue of homeownership and responsibility, talks to the issue of diversity of housing types, talks to the issue of all the things that everybody fears. But the reality is, it isn't there. It's the Greenway syndrome. I wish Jeff Miller was up here talking about the fears of people stealing the 65-inch screen TV and running down the Greenway path. Now, so the joint study on housing studies at Harvard easily punches holes in the thinking. And I get that. We all have lives. We all do certain things. We know what we know, and we don't know what we don't know. From that aspect, but there are people consciously working in the marketplace trying to build a better mousetrap. And it is absolutely true that single-family homes overall, if they're all single-family, will generate more traffic than a mixed-use development because of the type of demographic of the folks in the different uses, duplexes, cottages, 55 age, the apartments. They work and live differently than all single-family home dwellers, and thereby traffic demands are different. And we can debate that, but there's too much study out there to support it. So in order to wrap it up, I'd like to acknowledge, I do like to acknowledge Bob Fessler and Tony Williamson, because there was this complaint about the survey in Eastern Gateway or whatever. Those two gentlemen did participate in that. I went through all the records, read all the minutes. Their names did pop up in the Eastern Gateway plan, that aspect of it. I would like to acknowledge Stillwell HOA, who, instead of drawing an indefensible line in the sand, asked for accommodations on roadway, landscaping, etc., to which the developer is willing to provide their requests. Now let's think about this too. Kudos to the developer. He asked no support from Stillwell. I think the last memo I saw was, yeah, bring it on, give us this, give us that, whatever, but we're not going to support you. That's kudos to the developer, because in my standing would be like, if I'm going to do something for you, I would like you to do something for me and then hopefully support me. He rose above that. He rose above that and said, no, in good faith, I'm going to work with you. And so Stillwell HOA is actually going to receive, I'm assuming after all this is said and done, some accommodations. And what I'm saddened is that some folks drew a line in the sand and said, no, this is it. Boom, we're not going to use theirs. And that's not good debate. It's not working to compromise. It's not working to find a win-win. And that's a Stillwell letter. So I want to talk real quickly about something. So I received this letter. Does anybody know who Brock Bonkhauser is? Does anybody live in Epcon? Nobody lives in Epcon, Courtyard, Mid-Hill? I did earlier tonight. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So anyway, Mr. Bonkhauser, who developed that project, also developed the one that you know is Silver Oaks. And he says, my company's experience, a lot of experience with this property. It goes back to 2007 when we successfully rezoned the property known as Silver Oaks into 94 patio homes catered to those 55 and older in the adjoining section with traditional single-family homes. We all know that, right? So due to economic concerns of the Great Recession, we never broke ground. And to the passage of time, the approved project designs are outdated and not reflective of what the current day market wants. Hence, the property has yet to be developed. He goes on, and so he wouldn't come back to it. So that proposal of Silver Oaks, Finlands, that ain't going to happen. And he says, what I believe having properties designed, community is outstanding, will ever be a signature piece for the town of Matthews. So here is the gentleman across the street who I know went through a rezoning in Mid-Hill. Mid-Hill took them to a living shed a little bit. They were too high the density, and I think their density was, I don't know, 4 units to an acre or something like that. And they got them down to 2.5 units to an acre. Well, guess what happened? The $450,000 entry price, those units are now selling for $750,000. What's attainable about that? How many? The interesting thing is that Mr. Bonkhauser is building elsewhere. And the reason he was supporting Mr. Pappas' project is that he is doing a project called Courtyards in Gaston County, like New York or something like that, where they're actually incorporating office buildings, small, but office buildings at the entry to his Epcon development. So he saw a need to integrate mixed use that he wished he had done in that bill. So that was very, very interesting. That's the portion of folks in that comment here. They got a great deal on their homes. It's not that much that they bought early. They're in good shape. So my last thing is a story of a zoning case in Virginia. Okay, and the title is, yes, there's a housing crisis. No, you can't build here. And nothing happens for coincidence, in my belief. It's all some divine providence that sort of follows me around in some regards, because I pick up a paper and it talks to me about something. This was done on March 4th. And it's basically an article of a town in Alexandria, Virginia, and a petitioner who tried to follow the rules, regulations. He made a series of concessions. The opponents all came out, stood at the diocese and said, hey, we're not for anti-growth, we're not anti-progress. But short of the status quo, they said, but nothing's acceptable here. We'll never move on the sand. But what happens is, in the end, the gentleman says, until some middle ground can be found between not in my backyard, NIMBYs, and yes, in my backyard, NIMBYs, neighborhoods like mine and many other desirable places will keep getting more expensive and less welcoming to newcomers. And that's not Matthews. You know, that just isn't Matthews. And if you think that single family homes at $750,000 is welcoming to your children and to your children's children, my children can't live here. And I'd love to have them live here in Matthews. I'd love to have my mother-in-law live here in Matthews, but there's no place to go. And so anyway, I mean, you have to have that diversity. This is a very sensitively well done project. It dots the I's and crosses the T's perfectly? No. Any project ever perfect? No. But in terms of what contributing to the community and what it's going to do for the future is going to be a positive around town.
Mr. Tapano.
For those of you that are still here in opposition, there's been an awful lot of effort in the last few minutes to try to get what you're thinking was totally wrong. And I just want to tell you that it wasn't. What I do want to do is I want to thank you as citizens for taking the time and energy to come out to do what you did. I was in your exact same position 4 years ago, and I know the passion and the emotion and strength that it takes to do what you did, and especially for this period of time. And I just want to congratulate you as citizens of this great country. And regardless of how you feel after you leave here tonight, if you're elated or deflated, this is still a country of the people, by the people. And just keep that in your heart and in your mind. Thank you very, very much for putting in the effort that you did.
Right.
I have been listening. I have been calculating how much input we have had. And I stopped at 912 opportunities for input. I ran out of time. So I want you to know that everything has been recorded. I have looked at it. I have seen the names. I have had 17 interactions with one person. It still counts as opposition or support, whether you interact 17 times or you say one time that you support this project. We have to look at things equally, and you know that's part of the process. I think that anybody that I've interacted with cannot honestly say that I am not listening and I am not trying to hear what the issues are at the table, because I am. It's just that at times we've been speaking different languages, and we've been working to clarify what things meant throughout the process. I think, unfortunately, what that has turned into is that we have forgotten that we all share the same concerns. The environment, traffic and roads, the safety of our kids. That's really what it boils down to for all of us, right? And I'll add something to that. So my parents live in Matthews. My mom grew up with Crest. My dad just turned 80. He lives near Sardis Road in Matthews. My mom grew up in Matthews. She was born and raised here. My grandparents built our house. My kids are our fourth generation Matthews residents. They cannot afford to live here. So let's go back to my parents. And this was my selling point. This is the reason that I believe this is a project that we need. My parents need to remodel their home so that they can age in place. Their opportunity right now to do that, they have to move out of their house so that it can be fully remodeled. That process requires them to rent a place for an extended period of time. My mom has always lived in Matthews. She went to the Methodist church. She went to the Presbyterian church. She's always gone to church in Matthews. Her friends go to church in Matthews. They live in Windrow. If this development were in place now, my parents could have a cottage to move into while their home is renovated. They could walk to see their friends. My dad, instead of walking a mile and a half down 51 to go to Audi, could walk over to the grocery store. They could go get cups of coffee with their friends. They could have Bible study at the coffee shop. Convenience store on the corner just closed. That was where my oldest could ride their bike, get a snack. Kids in Windrow are going to get on their bikes. They're going to go to the grocery store. They're going to have a little bit of freedom, safe environment. It's good for them. I think what has happened through this whole process is unfortunate in that we're conflating agreeing with listening. I'm hearing you. I may not agree with you, but I am listening to your concerns. And so I want to talk about listening, about what I've heard. So the environment, right? Oh, that has been a big one lately. But it's been centered around stormwater, post-construction buffer. A UC Berkeley study stated that suburbs account for half of all greenhouse gas emissions, even though they account for less than half of the U.S. population. Low density development increases air and water pollution, destroys natural areas by paving and urbanizing greater swaths of land. The more roads you have to get out to houses, the more stormwater runoff there is into the grates on the side of the road. We've been fleshing out that stormwater abatement and buffers. And it was only yesterday that it really occurred to me that this wellness center is a carbon zero, energy zero building, which is amazing. We never see a developer bring a product like that to us. I think that, we can all look at studies, and I won't touch on this, but very much when we say that a 2010 study examines the impact of mixed-use income housing developments in the Richmond region found that homes within half a mile of a mixed-use development increased dramatically over homes that were not near a mixed-use development. That is because it is attractive to walk to some of the local amenities without having to hop in your car. And then that takes us to traffic. Another study I read recently earlier today, is that almost all of car trips in the US are within a 3-mile segment. 3 miles, that's a walk. But we would rather get in our cars and complain about traffic than walk to the grocery store. And that is why I think there's a disconnect. It's hard for us to believe that a development like this can actually have a positive impact on traffic, but really it's because it's enticing people not to get in the car. It makes walking more feasible. It creates opportunities for shared parking. The 15-minute city is not a new concept. That's what downtown Matthews is, and that's why it's so attractive. People naturally gravitate towards them. It takes cars off the road. With improvements to 485 and 74, we are seeing different traffic patterns where people are commuting to downtown Charlotte if they're still commuting, if they're not working from home or working hybrid. They're using those roads to get in rather than Idlewild. I've also recently learned that apartments tend to have 42% fewer cars to single-family homes. The age-targeted portion of the plan also means that fewer cars will be traveling during rush hour. I also asked the developer, who was required to hire a transportation analyst from an approved town vendor list, to share their study results, and I shared those earlier. The Idlewild Stallings intersection with the stop sign is currently rated F. So it's not just A, B, C, D, like we're in school, but A, B, C, D, E, and F. Improvements will take that up to a B and a C in peak traffic hours. What you're seeing, you're asking for road improvements, but then you're saying, no, we don't want road improvements. And that's a little bit confusing. This is how we get the road improvements. We aren't going to get my home's on John Street. When former commissioners approved the Wingate Commons plan and the apartments down the street from us, traffic counts were already higher than what is on Idlewild. But those plans were okay because they're in my neighborhood, not in their neighborhood. We cannot put all of the development in one neighborhood. We can't do it. We have to space it out. We have to have attractive housing in different segments to balance it out. That's what it's all about. And so for those reasons, I would like to support this project and call for it.
Okay, are there any further comments? Commissioner Hoover.
Yes, just to clarify, the information that was provided to DuPont, pull off the town website, and also documents that have been provided by our town attorney to coordinate. So it's on public record.
And we will be fully vetting that document. Again, we just received it 45 minutes before this meeting started, and I think verify the contents therein. One final comment before I call the vote. I know that, again, this has been very hotly debated, and with very few exceptions, I can count on one hand, probably a few fingers on one hand. Everybody in this room, even though we hotly debated, has been extremely respectful, and as a result, resorted to the cursing and threatening behavior. So it's very much appreciated. I think that says a lot about us, a lot about those of us that live in Matthews and Midhill and the surrounding areas. So thank you for that. I know you may not agree with our decision tonight, but I appreciate, I appreciate you being respectful. It does mean a lot. That being said, are there any further comments? Okay, who made the motion? There was a substitute motion by Commissioner Whitley. Who seconded? Mayor Pro Tem second. Motion by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Mayor Pro Tem McCool to approve the Sante application. All in favor? Opposed? That passes 5-2 with Commissioner Stefano and Commissioner Hoover in opposition. Thank you. Voted the consent agenda item 9. I entertain a motion to approve consent agenda item.
Morning.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hoover.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve consent agenda A.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Whitley, a second by Commissioner Urban. All in favor? Opposed? Comes to new business. 10A, consider application for community project funding.
I'll be quick. So the fiscal year 2024 application period for federal community project funding is open. The deadline is Wednesday, March the 15th. This funding provides the opportunity for funding for local projects through the annual appropriation bill. So at this time, we are recommending to submit a project under the Department of Housing and Urban Development, Economic and Development Initiatives for affordable housing land acquisition. And if these funds are approved, we will be funds to acquire land and related infrastructure to support your affordable housing and attainable housing opportunities. Each project is funded only for FY24. The House and Senate committees will review the request in the summer. So we hopefully anticipate hearing something later on in the year. They did not give a specific date for providing approval of that. The program does require commitment of matching funds. And the board has previously committed 1.5 million for affordable housing that would be considered for part of this matching fund obligation under the project. So at this time, we are asking for the board to consider adopting a resolution to support moving forward with submitting an application for the community project grant funding.
Mayor Pro Tem McCool. Leah, so say this goes through and they give us the money, does that force us to spend the 1.5 we get from the federal government along with the 1.5 that we've already set aside from ARPA funds purely for land acquisition? So would that paint us in the corner there? Because we've had many conversations about what to do with that money. And so that's my only concern about this. Anytime we can get money from the federal government for something that's great, but I don't want to paint us in the corner and say there's another request.
So there, to answer your question, I would say yes and no. We're not entitled to receive full funding and likely will not receive full funding because of the many requests that they have. So while we might ask for 1.5, they may give us 750. So it depends.
So it's whatever is matching.
Correct.
Okay, so they say here's one.
Correct.
To speak to that a little bit further, if they did come back with the full 1.5, then the board would have some options as far as if we wanted to come up with the full 1.5, nothing would require us to use ARPA funds. If we wanted to use some general fund balance or other revenue dollars to be able to create that match, or we could certainly ask if they would to reduce the amount and hey, thank you so much, but maybe we only want to accept $1 million. We can also attempt to negotiate that way. So we could have some options. So it's just the number that staff came up with. We are working on incredibly tight timelines with this. So we wanted to go ahead and put in the full amounts to, yes, maximize what we might potentially get, and then we can always work backwards as opposed to the other way. If the board is more comfortable with a different figure, that's
Just go with it.
I'm going to take the every time this money for the home, but concerning me, but I don't want us to get locked into land acquisition only because Habitat can take some of that money, I'll take some affordable home money and remodel some homes that we have. There's quite a bit of homes in the area that might need refixing up. I was thinking, and I know we talked about affordable homes and making things look nice. There is, and I hadn't spoke to property owner about this, but there is old Crestdale community building right on the green. It's a historic site, and it's been noted as a historic site. However, the owner is one of the members of my church, but she can't afford to fix it up. It had an old bell there on the site next to the green, right next to the wall. Somebody stole this bill. I mean, it's a big bill. It's almost like big as a Liberty bill. And she was so upset, and I am too, because that was part of that, one of the old churches. I would like to see some type of money somewhere where somebody would maybe fix that up like we did the Sunday Lodge. Just throwing it out there, but I want the money. I don't want it lost just for land because we don't have a lot of land to buy. But we do have some things that they could build and fix up. And so I want to make it clear, I'm for getting the money, but I don't want to lock it in just for land acquisition. Fix up some stuff that's already done now.
So, thank you, Commissioner Whitley. I can speak to the approach of this. We chose the land acquisition because that is a proven model that we know that Huntersville has had success with in last year's round of funding. So we were able to get the information that they submitted. So we do understand that this is a proven strategy that would be likely to be an attractive offering to hopefully get federal funding. So that was why we would make it specific to land acquisition. So I guess the question would be, is it a desire to change the focus of the application, or would it be to reduce the dollar amount to be able to leave some room for the other types of programs that we're talking about?
I just don't want us to lock us into just that one, because talk about affordable home, you've got different avenues to help people that really need it. And the ARCA money really was designed for the poor communities that suffer the hardest to COVID. And I want to make sure that that's where it goes. I'm going to tell y'all this. I believe in this town on that. I love this town. I believe in being best we can. And what bothers me is this. When I hear other towns like Davidson, Huntersville leading the way, or at least stepping out. Now, I've been now commissioner 8 years, and it bothers me that we're behind. I don't never want to be over or nowhere that we're behind. I want us to be. People talking about Matthews and John Urban has stated, we are a little bit of cut above, but we have been dragging behind in some areas and taking care of all of our citizens, if you know what I'm saying, to make sure that our development, our town is nice. Bigger ain't always better, because you got a $400,000 house. If I got a $150,000 house, it's just as nice on the inside, and the people living there just as proud of what they got. I remember getting my first house. I remember paying $18,500 per acre lot, 1,200 square foot. Now, I don't know about y'all, I was poor. Now, I was making fine, I'm taking time, but I'm poor, but I'm blessed because God has blessed me to come through. The first house I bought in 1975 cost me $18,500.
Only go back. Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
You say authorize the application of 1.5 million in community project funding for affordable housing, land acquisition, or critical home repair.
I won't like it today because I know Habitat I'm really involved with Habitat.
If it's allowed, but if it's only, you only can do housing land acquisition, they should, I mean, why not, right?
Really concerns me when the town gets involved and to buy the land, actually turn around and have to get a contractor. I have an issue with that. I agree with Larry, is that this money could be spent so much better fixing up existing homes or helping Habitat for Humanity or critical repair or whatever.
But if it's free.
To speak to that, though, there would be, this would just be to acquire the land. There would be nothing that would require us to pay the landlord or retain the owner. we would be able to then partner and say donate the property to a nonprofit that is in the affordable home construction business. And so it is simply using the federal funds as a pass-through in order to deliver the final end product. Nothing would require us to
Okay.
ultimately be involved.
So I'm going to ask a very direct question. Is all of this just to set this up to do the Habitat for Humanity?
Absolutely not. There would be a
Because
competitive
that's what they were asking.
there would be a so
No, I'm just asking.
no, absolutely not. No, we came to be aware of this program from our federal representatives. And then actually Mayor Pro Tem Poole happened to run into a member of the staff and shared stuff that they had last year. So we understand that affordable and attainable housing is important. So like a great opportunity to try to get an application submitted using a model that worked last year. So it's proven. And we've had about a week's notice to pull all of this together.
We could leave this at 1.5 million for affordable housing land acquisition and designate the other 1.5 million for critical home repair or whatever. I think they have to be spent in conjunction with
It is a match.
Yeah, so so my quote unquote compromise, and I want to test the waters here is, I agree with Commissioner Topano and Commissioner Whitley. I feel a little uncomfortable, but if we got all 1.5 from the federal government, which probably won't, but if we do, I don't want to spend all that on just land acquisition. So maybe if we could come to a different figure, maybe 1 million, that way we leave 500,000 in the coffers, no matter what the federal government decides, or critical home repair, or whatever we deem fit. That way, the federal government says, here's $1 million, we'll have $2 million to spend for land, and we'll still have 500,000 left over.
I leave $500,000 on the table.
But it's not leaving it on the table, it'll still be spent on affordable housing. I mean, but it's, I think it's the money to mitigate different uses. Ourselves in a corner, when there are other needs, and I think we have the housing study. Commissioner Hoover.
I just want to be sure we're understanding what land acquisition means. It's a process by which government or state authority can acquire private land or other assets for various reasons. Can be done with or without the will of the property owner. This is no different than eminent domain.
No, ma'am. No, absolutely not. No, you were talking about a completely different process. This is using funds to pay full market, appraised, negotiated value for property that somebody's interested in selling to the town of Matthews. Absolutely not is any eminent domain involved in this process whatsoever. No, ma'am. This would be market properties that are for sale that the town would be interested in acquiring. Open. That scares a lot of people. I can assure you that this entire application program is to have money in our coffers to only be acquiring fair market property. And eminent domain is an entirely different thing. Not
At the end of the day, it's our decision.
in any way, shape, or form. But I want to make sure that for the record and everything is abundantly clear, there's no.
Knowing the other use for, it would have been nice to do this for a fire station.
I'm sorry, I'm not following.
I was reading an article and it said that other towns have received this and it was used for have gotten funding for it already according to this article. And 1.1 for a fire station. So that's the case I would prefer to let the funding will stay inside for also. Yeah.
So this funding, as part of the FAQ, there is a question around, can the funding be for brick and mortar? And it says in general, no. One of the most common requests is funding for building construction or renovation. And they're stating that most of appropriations accounts specifically prohibit this kind of project given the high demand. So because people normally want to request funds for brick and mortar, they, this particular funding focuses on other types of projects.
Chairman, I forgot what I asked. We're kind of like fish out of water, all over the place. When can we establish an ad hoc committee for affordable housing to vet these things? Because to your point, Commissioner Whitley, I talked to Natisha and she says, don't give me the 1.5 million. She says, we can get the CBD block grants if the town supports us and we work together to get those things. She said, there's other things you can do with 1.5, there's apartments and things like that. So from my understanding, talking to her, she's like, we can just repair these homes through all these block grants and just keep hammering away as long as the town is with us and we're working through that process. So now that and still have that 1.5 to do other things. So I recently saying an ad hoc committee or something is to start vetting these things very, very quickly, because I'm hearing different conversations going on. And when we had that housing report study, I talked to Perry Lamson and Natisha, and they're like, oh, let's work the CBD block grant side of it, the repair homes. And let's talk about 1.5 or so other endeavors.
The infamous words of Commissioner Joe Bada, it's already tomorrow.
It's been that way for Commissioner really.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I was talking to Ken here just a few minutes ago. Rather than asking for the 1.5 and lock us into the land acquisition, let's do 750,000 requests. If they approve this, so 1.5 million for the land acquisition, we still have the 1.5 million that we can use for remodeling and maybe doing something else. That's a win-win. You get 1.5 either way on both sides. Bring us $300,000. That's really where I first asked that $300,000 be set aside.
How many times did I call you Mr. Higdon about?
That's what I'm.
So you're suggesting we reduce our ask to 750, and we got to hurry to vote. It's going to be down to $500,000. I mean, why would we not ask for $1 million? I mean, more is better. They're doling out money. Let's make that. Yeah, shoot it for at least $1 million. I mean, I'm saying less. Yeah. How much is others going to get?
They did not say, but I believe it was a multiple dollars.
Multiple millions. Yeah, let's ask for at least $1 million. They cut it back. We'll figure out a way to spend it.
Well, I can live with that. I just don't want to lock everything into one. So that means that if they come back and say they match us for $1 million, that's $2 million for that, and then we still got $1 million.
Yeah, you got to have $1 million. You have $2 million for land acquisition, $500,000 for.
Now,
So
we got a 1.5 million already.
You ask for $1 million, you have to. Got to use 2 of them. Land acquisition, whereas you're going to use 500.
So we only need 5.
So you could leave it at 500.
We asked for $1 million, we already got 1.5, we asked for $1 million, that'd be 2.5. We will be required to use 2 million for affordable housing land acquisition, and have a $500,000. That's or whatever else.
I know how expensive material is, and $500,000 not going to go very far. But
we're getting that extra $500,000 on the land acquisition. That's
yeah, you will.
I think if I can contribute one thought to this, if it makes it better, there's just a timeline on this. And if we ask for 1 million and are offered 1 million, and we decide between now and at that point that we really only want 750.
Sure, they'll think about it.
And they will say, okay, we'll give you that. So this gives us some time to vet it, but we have 2 days to get the application.
I'm for the application. I'm just don't want to put everything. Do this while we got.
I think we got to get a compromise. So I'm going to make a motion that we authorize the application of $1 million in community project funding for affordable housing and land acquisition, and to approve the associated resolution.
For a second. like Commissioner Garner, Commissioner Capano had a comment.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna put, wording there to not make it to a land acquisition.
We're not allowed to do that if we.
But looking at the descriptor that we have, rehabilitation appears to be limited to public or nonprofit housing. Not, which would not be like an existing private owner, you know, who uses HVAC system. Does not appear in front of us, which is what we were trying to do. So the rehabilitation program, as we are trying to design it right now, does not appear qualified for federal funding.
So this is pure land. They won't give it to us unless it's.
That is what we are asking for, looking at the list of other things. I mean, if you wanted to expand it, there's housing development financing. Might open it up a little bit, which could help us then match somebody who might be.
Yeah,
with the
this is
development.
especially in our own fire and police as well, right?
It would all be in how the nonprofit developer structures it, but if you're looking to expand it beyond land acquisition, looking at the list, housing development financing.
That sounds very attractive.
How often, this is an annual process, right? Someone once in a lifetime opportunity. Correct, it appears to be an annual process. And this is specific to FY24. Right, so we can create better plans for future community projects.
We have a motion and a second, and I believe Commissioner Capano offered a friendly amendment that said housing land acquisition and.
It was financing.
Housing development.
Sounds good to me.
Is there any unintended consequences? Thank you.
Typically, a
I'm
federal.
gonna do that unless that's for 1.5 million.
Typically, a federal earmark like that, it's gonna be a simple line.
Would that risk it to the house? No, it would track it. Let's move.
All right. So we have a friendly amendment.
I accept the amendment.
I mean, so it's gonna be 1 million for community project funding for affordable housing land acquisition and housing development financing, which we may be able to pass along to our supplier. I like it. All right. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, mayor's report very quickly. You've been asked again to prepare a monarch pledge.
Excuse me. Are we supposed to read the resolution?
Right, you need the resolution, right?
See, attendance.
I think we're okay. I think did the motion.
Just put it like.
You got it? Corey's good. Okay, mayor's report. For the last many years, we've done a monarch's pledge in Matthews where we to support the monarch butterfly, which is a major species. I've talked to Debbie Foster and Jill Palmer. We have to come up with 3 different things we want to do, and I'm going to be working with Lori to pull this together in the next days. It's due by the end of the month. One of the things we typically do is do a proclamation. That's easy. That says we support monarchs. We have to do 2 more things. Jill Palmer has suggested that we work with Matthews Elementary to have them plant milkweed, which is the only plant that monarchs eat, and then have them do some kind of butterfly release. If any of you have any ideas on what else we can do on behalf of monarch butterflies, please let myself and Lori know in the very near future. Tomorrow between 11 and noon at Butler High School, there's going to be a celebration of our Matthews Police force, and they're going to be asleep, but if any of you would care to attend that, it's between 11 and 12 at Butler High School. I would go. Great if another commissioner or 2 or 3 could
Also, that's all I've got. Town attorney report.
Yes, sir, Mayor. Just briefly, the municipal attorney's winter conference is at the School of Government on March 23rd, 24th. And I would like permission to attend, utilizing the travel expense provided to the employees. Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Commissioner Whitley, all in favor? All opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Town manager report.
No.
Motion to adjourn.
Somebody go get this off.